Father and our God, we come before you this day with thanksgiving in our hearts. We thank you for being our God. Thank you for the rain. Thank you for taking care of us. From the last time we were here last year until today, it's only by your grace and your mercy that we are here. I want to welcome you into this meeting. Even as we start, we pray even for the ones who are on their way here, taking their steps, that they may come to join us as we deliberate on the matters of this Sunday. Thank you for those of us who have made it on time, and we commit the rest of the agenda into your hands. And I pray this, believing and trusting in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Yes, good morning and praise God. Yes, just before I invite the secretary to read the notice, I want to read the word of God from the book of Ruth. And I'll read just 3 verses from Bible says,
Mike.
how you left your father and mother, your home came to live you did not know before. For what you have done.
Mike.
Israel under whose wings. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Afternoon. Died and asked Ruth to do some people by a man. I just wanted us to reflect on is a challenge I want. You know, here is a man who has had history or a story about a lady from the Moabites. She's not even Moabites, and now she you'll be happy with it. Whether that's the payment. Forget about what I did last night. Forget about the story. Pay me from today. Don't pay me from yesterday going backward. I don't know for someone to tell you, the Lord, He pay you for what you have done. Maybe your brother or your sister or they done to me. Maybe after presenting their that. But it's a challenge in life that probably thought that if we were given, you know, more masses and more grace.
Mike.
This is a challenge for all of us. And because we are a family, Jachin Sacco, and because we are a Christian Sacco, let's think about these things. May the Lord bless you so much. I'm James Karanja. I'll be your MC today.
The agenda of the meeting, number one, is confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Also, we have the elections to the supervisory committee, so please take note of any queries you might have or concerns. Then the fifth and last meeting was the appointment of auditors. Of which we did get to appoint our auditors, and they'll be speaking to us later on in the meeting. So, I know we shall be discussing these minutes, and we are now, in case there are no other amendments, can we kindly have somebody to confirm and to second the minutes of the previous meeting? One member to confirm and the other to second. Members, I want to believe you went through the minutes. Some of you also joined us during the AGM. So kindly can we have a proposer and a seconder so that we can move forward and get to the next agenda, please? Yes, thank you, sir. Sorry? Josiah. Josiah Mwagwanya. Hope I got that right. Thank you. So you got confirmed. Another member kindly to second here, Mr. Josiah. Okay. Yes. Benson Igunzi. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for that business.
Now I think
We can open the document for matter arising.
we have noted what Ms. Buba had raised.
So, other concerns, please bring them so that we respond to them. What's happening?
Yes, so we have the first question from our patron. Probably is there anybody else with a question so that we can address all of them kindly. Let's be very fast. I'll do it columns. And maybe columns and rows. So this column, the first row, or the last row. The first row from behind. Now, anybody with a question from the first page? Let's go with, from page 1. Probably where we have the chairman's report. Anybody with a question there? 1, 2, 3. We are done. Page 2. Any question from supervisory committee report, manager's report, audit report, draft budget for the year 2022? Yes, that one I noted. Any other question? Yes. So that's a typo. Thank you so much. That should be corrected. Another, something to note, a comment, a question. All right, so we are done with that part. And then we go to page 3. Surplus regulations, disposal of surplus. I don't think there will be any question about virtual and postponement of appointment of auditors. Anything? Oh, sorry.
Again, we recall, the 3 zeros in last year,
008. Yes, that is also a typo. Thank you so much. Yeah, we need to go higher. Something else? Or anything else? You won't even tell me you had not even seen those views.
Sorry, allow me just to explain something. The first time when Sacco was going through the minutes, technically the issue was to go through the minutes and check the correct in terms of grammar and everything, so that whatever is written here is correct. Then after that it's adopted. It's proposed and seconded. And the moment it's adopted the way it is. But if you realize there are typos still, because now we can only proceed with it the way it was adopted. I hope we are all together. You understand what I'm trying to say? The reason why we are taking to the minutes for the first time was to identify the errors in the minutes, so that the time it's being proposed, you verify that this document contains what was discussed in the meeting 100%. But because now we are noting errors, probably we may need to go back so that you verify. The moment it's proposed and adopted, we can't change anything. So probably we may need you to go back, we go through it again, and we propose it and second it. The way it's proposed and seconded, now we discuss it. We don't identify errors in it. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
I don't know, probably our supervisor you can tell us. We need to have a proposal and a second. Yes.
First of all, once the minutes are read, we need a proposal and a second so that they move.
Yes.
So that they get to discuss the minutes.
And the corrections come before it is proposed.
The corrections comes before.
So now that the people have corrected, should we propose again and second again because we had already done that? Okay. We are about, we can go ahead because the technicalities have been solved. Okay. We can say we propose and second, but we agree with the council what she has advised. So I think there are no more questions. Then I will ask whether you are the one who was, I see you are the one who was answering that question, whether there are members who have left and whether they have increased. Me, I can remember the amount. I think this year the amount of withdrawal was 2.3 million. Oh, okay.
Members.
No, the amount of money that member will withdraw was 2.3 million. But I can't remember how many members were. It can be one member in 2.3 million. It can be 5 members. So I can remember the amount that is in our account. But probably the other can tell us. And then also probably the chairman will have to answer the question of whether we have done a standing. There were 3 questions in that. 1, whether it has increased this year or gone down. 2, whether there is a study done on why the members are leaving. And number 3 is what do we need to do so that we can retain our members. Are we together? And what we need to do probably is maybe to go beyond the board. They will have to be all of us, so we have a bigger responsibility. So I hope the chairman you are taking notes because there will be part of the question is for you. But Kagoda, you can give us the numbers. Have they increased or decreased?
Thank you very much. I would not be having the figures, the numbers at the moment, but definitely what I can see is that they have climbed.
Yeah, but the reason why we are using the mic, we have people online who need to hear us, and they cannot hear us if we use the mic.
I'm saying that the number that they have left last year may be not as high as compared to those who left in 2020. And I was attributing the dispatcher from the Sacco mostly on economic issues. In 2020, when people lost their jobs because of COVID, most of them are not able to continue. And a big part of them, they said that even if I wanted to continue, I have no money to pay for my loan, and I have no money to pay for my savings. So I would rather let me take my savings back to the loan and clear, and then pay what is left, or I receive what is there. Customary, when we receive letters from someone to leave, we normally ask maybe the issues. Why are they leaving? Or where are they not satisfied? Is there anything wrong with the Sacco? But most of them, they say that it is about themselves. Others may say that they want to, maybe they're traveling out, they want to leave the country. But a big chunk of those people are the people you normally say that they are unable to continue because of several factors. Others, you don't talk to them, and some of them opt to retain. But even those who retain, who retain, you can see that the sequence of their savings is very low. So I can attribute this one maybe to hard times. And you see, our people are most to the employment. So once somebody loses employment, he has no income, he cannot be able to continue. They may have other issues, they may not be able to disclose to you. But I would say that it is not about the Saccos doing, it is about they themselves. About the money that Mr. Karanja is saying that we have given out about 2.3 out, which shows that our deposits have come down to about 2 million, 2.3. The figure is a bit higher because even there are some other people whom will not give back money, but they crowd back their savings towards their own. So if you check on the set-offs, that each set-offs from between loans and their savings, the figure is a little bit higher. So it is quite an issue to be discussed. I don't know whether it's about a Sacco or even other Saccos. And our numerical number at the moment, the people who joined about last week or so, the number is about 1,010, 1,010, 1,011. But if you go to our schedule, or our spreadsheets, for those people who are active, we are not more than 400. So others are dormant, others are stopped. And there is a tendency of people who, when they take their loans, some of them, they just say, me, I will just pay my loan first, I clear it, and then I just come up again. And if you try to mention to them that the moment you stop saving, your savings become dormant, they continue saying, no, I have no problem with getting dividends or anything. Let me first of all continue paying my loan. So that we have a very big number of people who are dormant in terms of savings. And it's not a very good trend. Thank you.
Thank you. Probably there has been a study, though not documented, from the Kaboga's answer, because he says he has been asking the members. So the chairman, please don't believe we're talking about the study. Please just answer for the retention idea of NEP.
Well, I think our CEO has explained a lot in terms of the question raised. But in abstract, we saw the trend and we interrogated it, and we got a solution that why it was happening. One of the reasons was the COVID, men of the COVID. It really hit our members. We want to thank God that He spared their lives. Looking at the trend of the end of the year, that number has been corrected. We now have a steady number of members coming in to join us. But strategically, we've come up with a plan which we will be sharing with you when I get to my report. And thank you for raising it. NM management must have to interrogate both those issues that increase deviation. This was one of them that was so critical to us. I think that's what I want to share with that. I'm next on the facility.
Yes.
Okay. Forgive me, when I was introducing my board members, I left out the vice chairman of the board of directors because she was not seated here. She's sitting at the back at the information center. And Mashira, just wave to our members and our visitors. I don't think you have ever met Mr. Kinyo. So that's Al Mashira, director, vice chair of the Sacco. Now, this is the report of the management. It's a great honor and privilege to welcome you to Jachin Sacco Limited 18th Annual General Meeting. The Sacco was established to promote great and economic well-being of its members by pioneer incorporating members And as I mentioned to you today, we are honored to have one of them here, is Mugwa. They envisioned a Sacco society that was one stop center for financial solutions with a mission to offer its members an opportunity to mobilize savings and provide affordable, efficient credit facilities. We are happy that the subsequent management have been loyal to this group, and our current team is more than ever determined to carry the dream even higher. The aspirations and determination of the management are well captured in our motto, and that is changing lives for better. The ended financial year had the following highlights. First, members' deposits. Our deposits have grown considerably over the years, and in the year 2021, members' deposits grew by Kenya shillings 6,130,078 shillings. This is a positive trend, which we attribute to the strategic decisions we took that required every loan applicant to be updated in deposit payment. We acknowledge every member's contribution in terms of savings and deposits to the society, irrespective of the amount, as this helps to improve and sustain the society's liquidity base, members' borrowing capacity, as well as increasing members' savings and interest in earnings. We thank our members for this growth. The growth of the Sacco, a total of 60 members joined the Sacco during the year, and this was the question we've just been discussing. Opening up the economy is so as grow our asset base with 7.6%. We thank our members for this considerable growth. Interest on deposits and dividends. The Board of Directors, after review of the 2021 audited financial statements, resolved to recommend to members the first and final interest on deposits of 5.3% on interest, and dividends on shares of capital. Dividend on share capital of 10%. Appointment of independent auditor. Since our inception, we were able to appoint an independent audit firm. This has increased the responsiveness and reassurance of the quality of the exercise. The migration to SASRA supervision, or rather regulation. Our fund having grown beyond Kenya shillings 100 million, we qualified for SASRA's regulation as per the Act. Joining SASRA introduced a lot of managerial adjustments in our operations, including formulation of operational policies, procurement of robust management information system, amendment of our bylaws for some of the highlights of that regulation system. Saying with certainty that the SASRA regulations were the missing link in the cooperative industry. The introduction of SASRA regulations, when looked at in the long run, provides an assurance on managerial prudence, accountability, transparency, and efficiency. On our part, we continue to strive with all our energy to comply. Commitment of key stakeholders, the board members and staff have both exhibited increased commitment to the cause, and this resulted to achieve the achievements that we recorded in the year. There are a few cases of absenteeism from board members, and the staff were always available to work. We met more than frequent, sometimes more than three sittings in a month, and up to late in the night. We're trying to meet the deadlines that we have been given by SASRA and the cooperative regulations 2020. The challenges we've had was in our operations. I can highlight the challenge of inadequate human resource. The Sacco has grown, and the growth of the Sacco has put up our existing staff under strain. We will be creating the offices of credit management and internal control auditor. The credit management office will be a full-time job, while the latter will be a part-time job. The need for the internal control auditor is part of SAFRA regulations, which requires that we must have an internal controls officer to serve and complement the service of independent external auditor. Strategic directives. One, the special general meeting held on 18th December 2021 resolved to fix our nominal shareholding by raising it from then Kenya shillings 5,000 to Kenya shillings 10,000. Members are up to the end of this year. Are we together on this? We raised our nominal capital and we agreed to give members up to the end of this year to readjust our respective individual accounts. Number two, the board made a resolution not to receive or act any loan application where members' deposit account is not regularized. We advise members to make sure that their deposit accounts are active, current, to avoid unnecessary disappointment when applying for loans. Lastly, appreciation reflecting the financial year 2021. I do hereby appreciate the board of directors, the CEO, and the entire staff, our partners and members of the contribution towards the success of the Jachin Sacco Society. Lastly, the board of management wishes to thank you all for your continuous support, and may our Lord provide His grace to all of us. Thank you. That is the report of the management committee.
Thank you, Chair. Probably before we propose an amendment, now we want to follow the procedures as advised. Any corrections? I want to believe you have it online, so probably you can do your font. Are there any corrections? You want to do it very fast? Now, if there are no corrections, then I will call for a proposal. I don't know, Mika, whether those who are online can hear us. Can we have one proposal from online, please? Online members. Or maybe our secretary. Whether they can type, we can just have one proposal from the online members who are foreigners online, so that we make sure that they are part of the meeting. Any response? You can give me a name, I can call one name from those who are online.
There is Mr. Peter Siganga.
Yes. May I ask? Sorry?
Senior Counsel Peter Siganga.
Yes, Senior Counsel Peter Siganga, if you could propose. Has he responded?
No.
Or probably Mr. Jachin McCoy. I want to believe he's also online.
Yes.
Yes, we have also Mr. Kamenchu Iman. Do you have anybody responding?
Nobody is responding.
Sorry?
Mr. Makori is proposing.
Yes, Mr. Makori, thank you so much that we have members online. So please note that Mr. Makori has proposed. Now we can have a second amendment from the group here. I would ask Karine to do that, please. Yes. Caroline. Yeah, thank you so much. So now we can open the debate for discussion. Please, very fast, maybe 3 people or 4 people to give their, yes, you will take you to be the last one. Because you are so very committed, I will not take you to be the first one. Anybody else? I don't anyone to say something. Anybody else from the members? Any question, any comment? Yes, our patron also. Maybe I also think it could be the second last. Anybody else from the members? Even the question, do you know how the 5,000 went to 10,000? Yeah?
No.
Do you know how many shares you own? Not the value. Do you know the amount of shares? Yes? Now, the shares were 250 shares of 20 shillings each. So then we increased them from 250 to 500. So if you multiply 500 by 20, you get how many? Or how much? 10,000, isn't it? So those who are present in the SGM, those who are present in the Education Day, please note that. Then you say you don't know and you're not asking. Any other question? We have even proposed to employ 2 people, an internal auditor, part-time job, a full-time job for a credit committee or credit officer. You don't have question for that? Okay. Then I will ask.
Well, I haven't been for these meetings for a long time. Maybe that's why I have many questions. Yes, I haven't been in these meetings. I've been hearing things this like I didn't even know I'm supposed to raise my something to tell. I'm not aware. But that doesn't mean it's not communicated. I don't think we have I have the level of keenness to look at every email you send, what it says. So I'm in the group that could be ignorant. Thank you, Chair, for the report. Doing this report was a nightmare to me because 11 hours in the midst of submissions and you're supposed to do a report. So a chairman doing a report is a hard job. Well done. I do appreciate it. It's not easy. And even to get the spellings correct and not too short, not too long, James, I understand it. I appreciate it. Now, I take that the words you've used in your report as far as auditors are concerned, appointment of independent auditor, I guess you mean non-ministry auditor? Because the word I see here, we were able to appoint an independent audit firm for the first time. So I got worried. What were you appointing before then? Or does the dependent mean non-ministry? I will seek your clarification. Now about meetings and increase of expenses in the office in terms of hiring. Yes, I know with the growth of business, there is always pressure to hire. And that is what we did a lot before COVID. After COVID now, we are trying our best to reduce expenses, starting from meeting expenses, where we leverage on technology and more go online. This is a question to the board now that I hear now your directors. What are you thinking, what do you intend to do to reduce cost in terms of meeting expenses? Because nobody in this world is increasing expenses. Everybody is trying to reduce expenses. What are you trying to put some technology in place? Maybe use online meetings so that the time spent in mobilization, the mileage and all that goes down so that the meeting expenses come down because nobody is increasing costs at this time. Number two, in terms of hiring in the office, it's the same question. Maybe what is the title they're giving Kawoga? You have a big title. Hallelujah. Then Kawoga became CEO. Now, CEO, you see, is it that CEO cannot do all this work? Is it that he's aged? Is it that he's become lazy? Is it, and can we, is it possible to go a little bit more on short-term hiring as opposed to full-time hiring? Because, no, but I still decided, but you tabled this for us to interrogate. Because with being a hirer, if you hire one person, the cost is not just the salary. It is also the space they occupy. It is a tissue they use in the toilet. It is a tea wanakunywa huko. And those who are Muslim, it's not that I see you that way. But nobody is really going increase of cost. So on those two items, commitment to key stakeholders is done under that, and challenges in terms of human resources. Question is, how can we leverage on technology to reduce on expenses? And finally, these 5,000 to 10,000. One, I'm ignorant. I have to confess, I didn't even know. But secondly, I have challenges because there are people I try to induct into the Sacco. And when they are the level where even 1,000, when I get to, like, I'm trying to get my shamba workers to join the Sacco. So So I say ukiingia unaweka 1,000. Kwa hivyo ikifika miezi 6 unaweza chukua itakuwa 6,000. Unaweza chukua 18. Then I remember, God, there's something they keep talking about, which is 5,000. So is it kwanza uweke 5,000, you know? And for people who are earning small income, this is something big. I am speaking from my recruitment efforts with my Shamba workers, wherever I can find someone who can join the Sacco, because I believe in the Sacco. So is this increase going to affect anything? And what is the benefit of the increase? And forgive me if I'm asking after events, but I think the purpose of it here is for everybody to understand where they come. Thank you.
Yes, first read the question. And probably Mika, you can be checking for us whether there is someone who wants to raise the question online. Yes. Maybe I didn't check that.
So just a question or 2 comments from me on behalf of the committee. One has to do with, thank you once again for the chairman and for the board for being able to put this together. Allow me to just position. So the first I want to ask is, following from 2021 report, issues arising and things that were identified, challenges or opportunities that were identified in the 2021 AGM. We're hoping or we're looking forward that your report as a board or as a team will speak to some of those issues. One of them being issues that were raised to do with communication of loan application fees. How was that challenge addressed in the period 2021-2022, among others? So we're hoping that your report will have spoken to some of the things that were identified in the AGM of last year. The second one has to do with our progress or our transition under disaster regulations, where you have effectively communicated that that was successfully done. I know, being a member of the supervisory committee, a lot has been done. But I think you have done this service as a board or as a team in not commenting on the progress of what has been done following that resolution. So I think it would have been good to be able to also comment that since the resolution was passed, all the efforts that have been done by the board to be able to transition as a Sacco into disaster, under disaster regulation. But following that follows my third item that I want to raise, which is what has been the progress to date. I think it has been fair and just for us as a family to hear from the board what has been the progress to date in complying with the obligations or conditions that were imposed on us as a Sacco when we were coming under disaster regulation. We recall that in the SGM on the 18th of December, we were notified that we had to adopt the new constitution, so that was done, or the new bylaws, so that was done. But there were several other obligations or conditions that were imposed that we needed to comply for us to be fully or 100% in compliance with the SASTRA. So what is the status? I think it should be fair for us as a family to have received that update as well.
Yes, thank you so much. So, online, do you have questions from online? None? All right, thank you so much. So the questions, we will share them like this. So the first question, the issue of whether the independence of the auditor, whether it is non-ministry or ministry, I think that the chairman will tell us. Then the issue of the reduction of expenses, we will put that question to our treasurer. And the issue of increasing, the benefit of increasing the share capital. That is from 5,000 to 10,000, so that will be handled by the treasurer. The loan application period, I think also that falls under because I think you asked that question. And then there is also the progress with Sacco and the compliance issue. I think that should be handled by the secretary. So, I don't know whether okay. So Chairman, you can first go, then we have the treasurer, then the secretary.
Thank you, so well, thank you, two members, for the concern that you raised. First, respond to what has been raised by our members, the rest of the committee, Mr. Arnold Mahero. And I have to agree with him that all matters being concerned, we will have been giving an update of the same. I think the last time I tried to do that was when we were meeting for this year. And this time around, we were under pressure to submit our audit report. So quite a lot that I wanted to come in to see the work of the report. But for the sake of what has been raised, members, I want to confirm to you that we've complied with SRA regulation. They first asked us to make a resolution to transit us from the old arrangement to the new regulations. We secured that resolution in the last AGM. Thereafter, they asked us a round of things, and one of them was to overhaul our bylaws, which we did. And it is in the process of registration at the Ministry of Cooperatives. The other things that they asked for us to do was to hire a robust management information system. And members, I'm happy to report that we have delisted the services we have given to IRNET because they did not satisfy the requirement of SASTA. And we have now appointed, or rather engaged, another MIS called DinoServe. And as we speak, we are at the stage of data capturing. That system will be live in the next 30 days from today. And among other functionalities that that system is able to give us, critical to mention to you is that it will give you what we call the user interface functionality. You will be able to interact with that system from wherever you are. Even if you are in Busia, you are in UK, you will be able to log in and get to know what your account looks like at Jachin Sacco. Naipata kwa hiyo, tuko sawa? A system that will be able to give you an opportunity to question and query your account, to interact with the office from remote location. That system is also able to give us extract, what we call executive reports. It is also able to give us the accounting functionalities. By click of button, one is able to get to know the financial movement of our schedules on the system. And we want to believe that it will give us value for our money. It is also one of the funds that SASRA has shortlisted that qualifies to serve the industry in that area. We also asked to prepare a raft of policies, one of them being internal and credit control policy. And I want to confirm to you that that one we finished. In fact, it is one document that really made our appointment of the auditor. What I'll do, if you allow me, I'll be asking our secretary to share that policy to members so that they can know what provisions are appearing in that, or what clauses are appearing in that policy. We are working on the HR policy. It is work in progress, also a requirement of SASRA. We are working on board charter. These are documents that before we didn't have. It's also work in progress. The board charter spells out the responsibilities and duties of the directors, and it also puts on board the person called the chief executive officer. It gives it mandatory function. One of the functions being that is now mandatory, is a signatory to account before the manager was not. And we have opened our account, and our account now is compliant to that extent. The other requirements, I think, which is a steeper requirement, was that board members should be a board of directors, a director board of a member of board of directors. Your account has to be up to date. You cannot fail to remit whatever remittances you're supposed to make, be it loan or deposit. So if you are in default even for a single month, the regulations and the credit institution that you should resign, and that has been communicated to the board members, and they are aligned to that. The other policy which I think I've mentioned about the HR. There is procurement policy, which is also work in progress. What we have done, this work was too much, and we had to get a consultant to assist us with this. And we are at the stage now trying to personalize it for our in-house use. But we have to structure, we have to share our concern with what we capture in those structures that we will share. The other thing which I think the two questions also zeros on one item, which is communication. And when we are talking about cost reduction, vis-a-vis the HR resources, it is one area that is putting us to that link. That we have two members of staff whom we feel that are strained in terms of responding to our now bigger member population. The CEO spoke about 1,010 members appearing in our registry. But you find that the active members are 400. And some are inactive, perhaps because of what is talking of ignorance. Because someone perhaps has not reached out on them. So we are persuaded that as you are directors, that we also create a platform that will be able to robustly communicate to you strategic information that you require to get, and even an update on routine matters. Some of these things might not be happening today because of the weight of the volume of what is before the two gentlemen. I don't want to justify anything, but when the treasurer was responding on the question of the cost management, it is the interest of everybody who is of sound mind that you cut down on your costs. We wouldn't want to expose the Sacco to high bills. I think our commission will justify what we want to do. But as he justifies on that arrangement, I think the bottom line is that HR drives and then other factors of production, and we are therefore inclined to make sure that we give a solution that at the end of the day, it will give value to the Sacco and not otherwise. Tuko pamoja hapo? Napatana? I'm talking about gharama, the cost reduction. When you look at the production, there are factors that you cannot overlook. You might cut down on your cost and then you diminish your objective. And we are very much alive to that. Even as we do the new, but we also appreciate that we are also trying to raise the issue so that even as we make that decision, we should be worried of the cost item and the cost factor. Hii imekufa. Tunapatana sio? Kuna kitu kingine sijaongea about non-independent auditor. I think the caption was that initially we used to have our auditor from the ministry, but starting last year, with the audit from last year, we were able to hire someone who's not a and I can confirm to you now that the results is really promising. One of the things that we received for the first time, which we never used to get, is a management communication letter. And in that letter, it speaks up a lot of items, and I consider it complementary to the services of our oversight supervisor committee. When you go through that letter, it asks us a lot of questions, purely on prudence and the execution of our resolutions. And I find it worthy. This does not mean that we never used to have auditors. We used to have auditors. By the time an external and the ministry to me, I kept reading the exercise, I think is what now, or that is it. We intend to leverage on technology as a demand of 21st century, and that's why I've said that the maestro is important. Again, we will issue a comment on the exact functionalities that it is offering, and we are satisfied that it will be able to serve us within the dynamic environment we are in, capturing a lot of things remotely and giving the user interface function, I think, are one of the most critical functions required in NIS, one that didn't have. Management information. It serves the finance, management, and communication. Both of three, if you put them together, I think the other thing we'll be asking them is also to input the marketing aspect, so that it can also help to market yourself. Also another portfolio where we are not doing well. And the reason why we are looking for expanded HR. Treasurer, you talk about the increased share capital. I think that's the only thing we need to talk about on the cost aspect. The reason why we are hiring, we want to hire, or we intend to hire.
Thank you very much. As per the agenda, the comments were emerging from, I'm going to speak louder, but I don't know that we have to do the light, but you can reduce it a bit so that I see. As per the comments we got from the members and the comments on the chairman's report, I think it will be better when we explain these things about the reduction of cost when I'll be reading the budget, because it's captured there on what we intend to increase and what, because the response will come from there. That was the chairman read his report. You asked questions about his report, he has responded. So probably sum it up that. Then the issue we have listened to the question. I want us to handle it because it's something to do with liquidity and working capital. So I want us to handle it with the auditor when we're reading the audit report and the budget. Increase of expenses comes under the budget. What have I increased for this year? What is the variance from last year and this year? I think it is better explained so that by the time I'm explaining, we can be at par. I take you item by item, but if I explain it now, I'll be preempting. So with your kind permission, once the response for the chairman has responded on questions arising from his report, we could leave it at that. Then on the issue of the expenses and the liquidity ratio, to meet the share capital while increasing, we deal with it when we read the budget. It's in the budget, so it's in the audit report, and the expenses issued in the budget. Thank you very much. I hope you are now going to do that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. You are satisfied? We can clap for the chairman. Oh.
Jambo moja, I think English is the official language of the. But one of the key concerns last year was communication, and you've elaborated on that. But once somebody has made an application for a loan, communication of feedback on the status of that takes to get to here. At times we don't get to be able to be told. Those were some of the grievances that arose in our previous meetings, and even subsequently in the previous 2021. So we've heard you, but we still feel that the family will benefit to hear probably more articulate what the management committee or the board has done.
Thank you. Thank you. And first of all, I like it that way because it means that you take your time to look at these documents when we share. Because we just don't do or share these documents for the sake of it. It also reinstates the position that this sitting supreme, you can generate the term of the test in which you want to start the term. Either to slow it or break it fast. Having said that, the communication aspect, I think, is one area where we identified as a weakness in our strategic planning. And the solution we have for it is that the management information system that we hired is able to communicate to you at one level with your own application.
James, if you could kindly clarify the information, because what I hear is not just communication in terms of SMS, my email, and the world has moved. The credit world moved. There's a time banks used to, when I started practicing, banks, like banks, for example, were not interested in giving loans to us. But I can tell you now, everybody is looking for you. Every bank, it is housed in customer care, value of customer, seeing a customer as an asset, not a bother, and you being a servant and the client being, the borrower being, what is it, an asset. These days, if you go, even they are calling you, I don't know if anyone has been called by banks, they are even trying to merge Sacco. They are willing, you meet with the manager, wakutengeneze, then you say you have challenges, then they say we can adjust. Or they are adjusting because competition. So unless the Sacco changes the mindset, because I did apply for a loan and I know what you're talking about. Mteja ni asset. The flexibility is on the management and the committee to treat that person as a client. So this customer care is not just communication, but there's also facilitation, where I can tell you your loan has got A, B, C, D. But you can, this one you can cover this way, this you can cover that way, let's adjust here. You have another income, or document can you bring to show you have another income? Facilitation. It is not, I'm talking generally, Saccos have to change their perspective of us, because I'm now on this side, our Nigeria. Us, the clients, you take us as an asset. And it is also tied, Chairman, to the question I asked. There are people who walked away, 30 of them, 40 of them. They walked away because of COVID. Now things are looking up. Kahoda, have you called them to say, hey, how are you, Sasa? Mambo may improve. Would you be willing to come back? Because it's a customer is an asset.
Thank you.
Not so. Tutaachwa hapa.
Thank you very much.
Customer care. I think that is it. It's not so much at communication, because I think you people are good in sending us emails. That's why I said I can't blame this Sacco for sending emails and notices. Well done. But I think the customer care, if this Sacco of ours is going to grow, attitude has to change. Mteja ni an asset. Sorry, I speak.
Don't belabor, you've really made
point home.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'm speaking just for myself or for others.
I can say Mama behind you are support. The other to what the two members are raising is the reason why we are proposing to you that we'll be hiring that person in the office. And because the reason being that if we look at the arrangement of the management, you will appreciate that the two guys we have are finance people. Okay? And what Madam Muka is talking about are customer relations, marketing, okay? And probably just a soft skill management kind of do it. So you will not expect it from a finance person. Let us just we will not expect it from a finance person. It will be missing, and it's a missing link. And that's the reason why we want to reduce our cost, even to manage our relationship. Are we together? Nothing more, nothing less. Someone who will appreciate the competition that is there in the market and the dynamism in the finance industry. Someone who can be able to talk to our members and even manage the movement of their application in the office and communicate with them when the situations are tough, communicate with them. I think it justifies the reason why we want your backing to hire a person who is not a finance person. And in terms of just pure communication and system we do. But management of our clients, let us call ourselves clients, isn't it? I want to say that that is the reason. And we have looked at it from and we want to get someone competent to match what is in the market. Now, at that note, I think we are in all agreement that we need to hire, isn't it?
We said we look at the budget first.
Yes, yes. No, without preempting the vote on the budget.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Now we can clap.
I would have said something before you clap. You know, Chair is saying that finance people don't communicate, and I'm one of the finance people, and I don't think that is right. Because if what Madam Bogwe is saying, the people in the bank are the finance people who talk to people.
No, the sales people, marketing.
The bank looks at the factor of production and the people who do. Those who are in finance are in finance.
It's okay, it's okay. I'm not fighting with my chair, but sales is a component in finance, and my auditor would bear me witness. So sales people and finance people have to work together. Anyway, I think probably what we can go to in the name of maybe even as we employ, and this I'm going to use. I think one of the things that we do and has been our tradition is that we sit down like the board once a month to approve the roles. Probably we should probably think of shifting that and maybe recognize that we now have an office where probably we can do it more than once, because if we start today and you bring your own application tomorrow, it means it will take, unless it is emergency or, because that is what we agreed that time. Probably that is where we need to be going. But we have also gone to doing our meetings online, and probably we will change that and maybe try to see maybe more times and approve those roles. Maybe that will, keep that coming, because sometimes you might realize a member who did not comply is being told a month after, because probably we did not see it. And I think if we continue, last year and this year we have been sitting online, and I think that improvement is there. We continue to improve, but maybe we can see a way that we sit more than once, and that will give the question of doing business, because you have to think like business people. So thank you so much. Now we will invite the supervisory chair to lead the supervisory committee report.
If you allow me, Chair, maybe just to seek clarification from Mr. Mahero in regards to the communication aspect of loans. I wish to understand, is it that we are delaying, for example, do members feel that we are delaying to communicate the verdict, or is it that, for example, I can tell you that one of the challenges we face, and we shouldn't even be facing this challenge, right, is that loan applications are coming, but the requirements really are not even complete. And we're telling the member, please, because there are basic requirements that we must adhere, even if we want to give those to our members. And I wish to pinpoint that we value our members. We are here because of you. We are also members of the Sacco. we are also members of the Sacco, right? But how do we also help each other? If your loan application is not complete with the statutory requirements, and we request you that please kindly go back and at least get the bare minimum. And I think that has been communicated to our members. So we also need to do our part as members to enable us to also do our part. I can also add that during the COVID-19 and also last year, we've been having close to 2 meetings per month online after work, and they take like 3 hours. Remember, we also from work, we are here to serve our members, we also have families, and we are trying our best. So help us also. Make it a little bit easier for us. That's what I wish to communicate to our members. And we're also trying our best. We really are. And we try to encourage our secretary to communicate the verdict as soon as possible. So for that delay, we apologize. We are trying our best and we continue doing our best. And that's why we're insisting that we also need support in regards to somebody who will be specifically dealing with clients' complaints and marketing our Sacco. Because we want to go to the next level. I want to be different. I want to also be having this dividends where people are having 10%. Right? I mean, our money should work for us. So for us to get to that point, there are some sacrifices that we need to make. Thank you.
Yes, we are asking the supervisory. I don't know, those people who are dealing with this right, for us who wear specs, we're having a problem here. I can be hearing our situation. Because this thing is reflecting on my eyes.
Allow me to stand here for purposes of video. The name is Ruth Wambua, for those of us who came late. Currently the chair, supervisory committee. So just with Babatin, I think you have the minutes with you. We can go through. So the committee is recognized both in law and in the bylaws with the mandate to provide oversight, even as it supports the board of directors, which is previously known as the management committee, in delivering the vision and the mission of the Sacco. The committee fulfills this by, among others, verifying the transactions of the society, presenting reports to the board of directors, overseeing loan applications and loan interest payments, listening to complaints from members and assisting with solutions, following with policy issues raised in AGMs and board meetings. These are just but a few that we have highlighted, but there are many more in the main document, which is our constitutions with bylaws. So for this year, the committee met regularly, leveraging on online meetings, and as a committee, we focused on several things. Number one were the loan applications for 2021. Under that item, the year began with renewed optimism and determination to recover from setbacks brought about by the effects of COVID-19 pandemic that began in March 2020. So during the year, there were a total of 160 loan applications with an aggregate amount of 50,387,182 shillings borrowed. This was an increase of 1,530,956 shillings in comparison to what was borrowed in 2020, 48,856,226. This was attributed to favorable economic environment brought about by the lifting of the 10 p.m. curfew and doing away with the county lockdowns. Now, we have a table here, and the table below shows the amount of money that was approved and disbursed to members during the year. The way your table has been printed is a bit different from mine because it seems the person who was printing edited. But I'll explain to you what the numbers mean. On the first column, we have categorized the amounts of money that are borrowed, 0 to 49,000. The second column is the number of people who borrowed that amount of money. Then on the third column is the percent of the people who borrowed this amount of money that are shown in the first column. And then the fourth column is the amount of money borrowed. For the ones who took less than 49,000 shillings, the total amount of money borrowed was 1,139,747, and the last column is the total percent of the total amount of money that was borrowed. So this is 2% of the 50 million 387 that I talked talked about, okay? So that is how the table is. It looks like this. I hope you'll be able to follow on your minutes on the report that you have printed. So those are the figures. Now the ones who borrowed between 50 and 99,000 were 28. Total percent is 4%. The ones who borrowed between 100 and 199 were 27, that is 17%, and 7% in total. And the figures follow on like that. Okay, be able to follow? Now, the above tabulated amount of money was borrowed for the following reasons: medical, SNAP loan, emergency, school fees, refinancing, development, business investment, vehicle maintenance. The least amount of money that was borrowed was 5,600, while the largest amount of money borrowed was 5,425,060 shillings. The Sacco has a total of 900 members, and we have been told they have increased, but half the number are active in terms of borrowing and repaying loans. That's what Kabuda reviewed earlier. Again, we have another table to show you in terms of the activeness. 450 members are active, 160 are those who borrowed the loans. 17.8% are the ones who have borrowed. 13 members have borrowed 50% of the total amount of money that was borrowed last year. 13 people, 1, 2, 3, 13, borrowed what? 25 million shillings. The rest of us are the ones who borrowed the other 50%. Please put that in note, we shall discuss. 1.4% of the Sacco members borrowed 50%. 105 members borrowed loans less than 199,000 shillings. Okay? Please note to say 160 are the ones who borrowed. 105 borrowed less than 199,000. Now, out of those who borrowed less than 1 million shillings, 105 representing 66% of us are the ones who borrowed money, took loans of 199,000, amounting to 6,910,402 shillings. 42 members, that is 27% of the total of those who borrowed money, took loans between 200,000 and 999,000, amounting to 18,051,720 shillings. Despite the fact that the least and the largest amount of money borrowed decreased in comparison to last year, the total amount of money borrowed the whole year increased due to an improved economic environment. As a result of this, the Sacco's income from interest on borrowed loans also increased slightly. Item number 2 that we took time to look at were the AGM minutes for 2020. The AGM for the year was held under COVID-19 guidelines. Minutes for the previous meeting were read, proposed, seconded, and discussed. The Board of Directors has made effort in acting on the action points arising from the minutes of 2020. I think we have heard about that. Third item that we took note of was the SASRA regulations. Sometime in June or July 2021, an inspection was carried out by SASRA. This was followed by the issuance of a conditional authorization to conduct non-deposit-taking Sacco business, pending putting in place specific policies, structures, and systems. The Supervisory Committee assisted the Board of Directors in identifying the issues for compliance and ideas on how to fulfill the same, including identification of a day or means by which members can be educated about the new changes. The report stroke opinion was shared with the board. Now, during the 2020 AGM, members were informed about the new regulations from SASRA and told that compliance was mandatory by the end of that year. Conformity to the new regulations was important to facilitate the Sacco being authorized to carry out non-deposit-taking business as required by the ministry. Several policies were recommended for development, and some members were tasked to draft the various documents. A special general meeting, stroke education day, was convened to educate on the new bylaws and to pass them. However, members present didn't meet the recommended quorum to pass the bylaws. The cooperatives officer advised that the meeting for that day be treated as an education day and added that another SGM be held within 30 days for purposes of passing the new bylaws. So members who are present deliberated on a suitable date and settled on 18 December 2021. Prior to this date, various members reached out to the board to consider having a virtual meeting so that more members could attend. Unfortunately, those who attended the virtual meeting were half of those who were present in the previous meeting. Nevertheless, the new bylaws were passed by those present. There is need for the Board of Directors and Supervisory Committee to brainstorm on how to improve attendance of AGM and education days. In conclusion, in our opinion, based on the information at hand and the regulatory inspection carried out by SASRA mid last year, as a precursor to the authorization to carry out non-deposit-taking business, there is a reasonable degree of assurance that significant effort has gone into trying to carry out the operations of the Sacco prudently and in compliance with the new bylaws, despite the challenges. In the coming year, we expect to see Board of Directors ensuring continued compliance with the new conditions imposed by SASRA and the new bylaws of the Sacco. We would like to express our earnest gratitude to the Board of Directors and staff for the cooperation accorded to the Supervisory Committee to enable us to fulfill our mandate on behalf of the members. We are also grateful to the members for giving us an opportunity to serve. The report was prepared by Akwana Manero, Lawrence Oyuki, and myself. Thank you.
Chair of the Supervisory Committee. Thank you so much. Do you have any corrections to make before we propose to adopt the report that is proposing on family? Any questions from page 1? Sorry, not questions. Any corrections? Page 2, page 3, and the last page. There are corrections, not questions, corrections. No, questions will come after we have proposed and seconded, okay? So just hold it like that. So we go ahead and propose and second. So can I have a proposer? This time we start with the reading. Hey, can I have a proposer? Please say your name. Grace Kitenji. Grace Kitenji. Second. From my left. Simon Moya, yes. Thank you so much for proposing and seconding, and we have adopted the report. Any questions? Now you can go ahead. Say your name, please, and give us your question.
My name is Enoch.
Enoch, yes.
I think it was more clarification on the procedure, and part of which is essential, which is after we have adopted the way we have, the question becomes what would be the essence of any questions raised regarding the report. The question I had was, would we consider this as the final report of the committee in view of the fact that it hasn't been signed? Or mention at some point the report that we have is perhaps was edited and it's not what the final report. It was just those questions. I think the proper procedure would be we take questions and discuss whatever the report is on the table. If it's to be adopted, the other question is should it be adopted or merely adopted? Because this is a report that has been presented to us. We are not doing that. What would be the essence of adopting? But assuming students with that difficulty and are adopting it, what exactly are we adopting? We are not saying this one is correct. That's verified. There is nothing to do.
Thank you so much. That's why I love that. We don't have so many technicalities. One is one, it doesn't have to be come before one or two. Now, I think I'll leave that to a supervisor to answer for us. Maybe you can take another question. whether we should, or maybe that need to be clarified. The issue of jurisdiction first, that should be dispensed to be. So it's the issue of procedure, whether we should first adopt it, first why it is not even signed. Then should we ask questions before it is adopted, or should we, before we had the chairman report, which I mean the AGM, the previous AGM, the minute, which you are also advised to first correct before we adopt. Then we are told now we adopt before we. So our supervisor, maybe you can clarify for us that.
Every time, when you have the supervisory report, once it is read, at that point it belongs to the supervisory committee. If ukisomewa, you adopt so that you own it, so that now you can discuss it, because it's your document now. Is that okay?
So basically it means it has not been adopted by the members. By the word adoption means that you have accepted it.
What I'm saying is, first of all, here is the supervisor. They are presenting their report. At that particular point, it is still their report. They are the supervisor. But once mumesomewa, you're supposed to adopt it so that it becomes your report for discussion. Yeah. Then you discuss it now.
I think I beg to disagree, subject to what skill. The report remains the report of the supervisory committee. They have presented party. At no point does it become a report prepared by the members. What we can do, we can own it. Rather, we can note it as presented.
That's what I'm saying. It is their report being presented to the members. And now as it is presented to you, we adopt it. So now, this report belongs now, it is like society's report now from the supervisor now, so that now you can discuss it, where you need to maybe answers to you have some questions you need to be responded to, they can be responded to now. Because now it is it's a report that have come. That's the way it is.
The problem we are having is the word adoption. Once you adopt, it means that it has actually been done.
Let me ask
I'm telling you, lawyers here, let me
put it in a
before
way
you ask me, let me finish it. Because that's the way it has been there. Maybe there's another explanation, but for me, the cooperative law that you have done, and that's the way we do it. Sir?
I wanted to put it in a layman's language, people the moment commission can understand. Take for example, you have come, you have written like a will. Then you read the will, then you tell me to adopt the will before it is signed. So when I adopt it, say the picture your will, but they have not told you.
Let me clarify further. He asked two things. The reason why we adopted the minutes, we went through them before we adopted them, is because you were present. So the reason why you were told go through and adopt is confirm whether those things which are written is written as per what you were there, present and had. And that is why the only person who can propose and adopt the minutes for the AGM is the person who was present by then. So we are assuming the people who adopted and seconded were present. You confirmed that those things were as they were said. On the issue of the report by the chairman and the supervisory committee, but before it's adopted and seconded, you don't have to verify the correctness because you're seeing it for the first time and they own that report. The reason why you adopt is you're saying we are accepting this report to discuss it. So that you adopt it before you discuss it. So we are accepting it that for discussion. We are the issue of delegation of powers. Under what we call the social contract, you represent the supervisory committee to represent you and do supervisory on your behalf. She gives you a report. When you adopt, it means you recognize those reports and you're willing to discuss it. That's the difference of the adoption. But you don't have to verify the content before you adopt it. How to clarify that issue?
I think we don't need to remember the point. I think that is what we have always done. That is very simple. Let's not have a back and forth here. I would say that the matter rests. I think that the point is we have a report that is signed. because this has just been printed, probably because it is the one that I think there is the original sign, which the idea should be we should have done a copy, not printing the report. They said, you know, when you send the report that is signed, probably they didn't have those digital signatures there, but there is an original report signed. So that's what they want to confirm. Now, Sam, are you together? Now you can agree. So yes, so there is no difference between that report and the signed one. You can get a copy from the supervisory committee for the purposes of record. So now can I ask whether we have another question? Because we also need to move very fast. I think our time is something. Yes, Simon. Yeah.
She said something was
okay, yeah, that's a question you answer. That's okay. We go. Any other question that you will tell us what was edited?
Because I can see from the chairman's report, it was actually signed by the chairman before it was read to us.
Sorry?
The chairman's report was signed by the chairman before it was read to us.
Yes.
Even the audited accounts were signed by the auditors before they were read to us.
Yeah.
Our wonder is why this was not signed before it was read to us. That's our worry.
Okay, that's your question that you will answer.
Can I propose, because we need to move forward?
Yes.
What Madam said is the corporate governance procedure. The report comes by the committee, it is read out. It cannot be discussed until it's seconded and accepted. So that now it's subject to discussion. The question he's asking is also valid because he's seeing like he has a draft. What people do is to sign one copy and present it to the board now, and then done. We have, you know, they don't have to sign all the copies, but the official copy needs to be signed and presented to the board. So if you could do that, it would help us move forward. Do you have a signed copy?
I can receive it.
Yes.
Bring it here. So yes, this one is signed.
So that's the official copy.
So how do we verify the contents that are there, whether they're the ones that are actually here?
Let's not make it so technical. It is the one. You can agree with that. Yeah, let's not make all this. They have not led a different report. Any question? Have we adopted? Not yet. If we adopt. So can we have, I think I should have seconded a proposal. So we are done with that part. Any question? And please, I'll pick now just a question now. Yes.
Good afternoon, members. I think the issue of adoption, as members are trying to discuss it, with me I have two documents, both for the chairman's report. There's one that has been signed and another one is not signed. But looking at it, the contents differ in a way. Like if you can just go with me very quickly to...
Sorry, you see chairman's report?
Chairman's report is what I'm talking about.
I would want to go to that. If you go back there, you will be wrong. Because we read the chairman's report, discussed it. The one we read, was there anybody who was having two chairman's reports? So probably we will clarify which one was the correct one. Because I don't know why you have to. Because now we are discussing information. If I go back there, then it means someone might go even back to the meeting. Please allow us not to go back there. I'm not trying to cut you short because we are already at the supervisory committee report. We had discussed the chairman's report. I don't know probably you are in or not. But, or what do you remember saying?
He has a point. He has a point. I think it's good to look at the documents he has.
Yes. Yes.
Or because we all need to know, is the official report the one with the house?
Oh.
If we say that's the official report, then any other has no consequence. Nobody will ever refer to it as the chairman. So maybe we ask our director check. The one who read, is it the one with the
Let me pass you the question because I was just putting a stop. I never wanted to go in a debate. And now that you are allowed, go ahead with your question.
Okay, my question is, which is the valid report? Because in it, there seems to be some challenge which brings confusion. Like when you read on interest, on loans, and on dividends, there's one
just to clarify, you are reading the one in the account, and then there is one that is separate.
Yeah, one that is separate, that is not signed. Yeah. So in the one that is in the audited with the audited accounts, talks about interest on deposits and dividends to be a final interest on deposits of 5% and dividends on shares capital of 10%. But the one that is not signed is talking of final interest on deposits of 5.3% and dividend on shares capital of 10%. So I don't know which is which. Which document should we go with?
Whether it is 5.3 or 5%.
Yes.
That is where there is a problem. Of course, you prefer the one with 5.3, but let me clarify.
So, my report is annexed to the audited report, and it is signed. Okay? Another name perhaps will have reached you by mistake, but my report is the one which is with the audited report. Let us use the one that is signed.
All right, second way, you still want to go back to the audited report? I mean, on the chairman's report. Okay.
How can you say that yours is the one in the audited report, which you have not read? You have just read the one that is the chairman's report. I'm saying that you share two documents. One that is chairman's report, which is just the document, which I believe is the one you have not read. No.
So now what happened, one of the conditions is that before you send your audit to SASRA, the chairman must scribble a report to SASRA together with the audits. SASRA approves the audits before they are returned back to us as approved. They go through it one by one. And that is why this audit comes with the SASRA rules have changed. All the reports to appear here, taken to SASRA with the main audit report, they approve everything, they return it back to us. And that's why you find James' audit report is here. But that does not stop him from advancing, explaining, giving further explanations and short notes, so long as the issues are not different and the amounts are not different.
The question is the report, my report starts with the word, it is agreed on the audited account. Yes? And it ends to rest all of you. Is there material difference?
Well, there is also one more clarification I wanted to make, probably because we help our chairman. When our auditor asked us, to confirm the account, he asked that we send the chairman's report. When the account, in fact, in that first report, we had even cited those accounts. When we sent them to SASRA, I would even want to confirm, we had proposed 8.2 million. SASRA reduced it to 6.9 million. Okay? So, and we had already changed, he had already submitted his report. So there were changes that even happened. I remember the last time we went for the accounts, we went myself and Kagoka, and we even had to seek some clarification from SASRA. SASRA changed a lot of things, and probably the auditor and the treasurer will explain. So, and eventually that changed even the amount, the percentage. In fact, I was hoping it was even lower than 5. So that was my thinking. So the thing is, it is not a material difference. The issue of that percentage, and also the other thing, those guys who do accounts here, sometimes you can be given a figure without a point, a round figure. If 5.3, if you round it, it will not be 5.5, it will not be 6, it will be 5. So that will not make a difference. But
continue this week. We are going to concentrate on this week. To be addressed once we go to the audit report. Once you get the audit report, you can begin to ask about all those figures. Yeah. So, Chairman, take me to the next agenda so that I finish with them and I go for you.
If there are other reports within Chairman, should there be a minute they should be disregarded, or what happens to those other reports? Because what I hear is a report with 5.3, yes, but the one we've adopted has 5. So what do we do with the other reports circulating with other figures? Should they be minuted?
I think for clarity, the report that is in the audit should be the one to be audited. And it is the one I read. What the mistake that happened is that when I printed what was in my desk, I captured the one thing that not. I've looked at the 3%, which is a material mean, and I think I should apologize for that. The report that I have is the one which is the audited account. But in the rush of doing what I had on the desk, I printed with 0.3. Are we clear on that? So,
thank you so much, and we also apologize. I think the next item we were supposed to go to the auditors, but our supervisor has requested that she has to rush somewhere. So we want to invite her to take us through the elections. Yes, and any other matter that will be related to the supervisor. So let's invite her.
Good afternoon, members. I'm using the money, and I am the supervising officer. I'm in charge of the auditor's account. I think we are going to learn about who's exiting. So this one could be my last meeting. Yeah, this is my last meeting with you, and next year I will not be. Yeah, my services will not be needed. But will be needed elsewhere. Yeah. Okay, so maybe I can make a few comments before I go to the elections. Look at your total delinquency is quite high, it's 19%. And the recommended is not more than 5%. So you can see where you are. It's like there's a lot of money that has been created. This is a savings and credit cooperative society. You bring your deposits here, mobilize your savings together, and then the same money you give out is given out to you in form of loans at a reasonable interest rate. So that money that is given out, it has to be covered. So this money you have to find out, you have to be able to get it back because it's your money, it belongs to you. 90% is quite high. And when it comes to the ratios may not be very bad. But I'm sure you have not complied 100% with statutory requirements. So that's another area you need to address today also. Maybe the auditor is here with you, you'll be able to depend on that. And the other thing is that payment is about customer care. You can have a product, but then you present it, or the way you package it, the way you present it, it's not very right. I give an example of a potato. What can you get? From a potato you can get what? You can get cookies, you can get chips, you can get roast, you can get boiled, crisp, but it's a potato. The same thing with savings and credit corporate societies. They have the potato, they are savings and credit. They are mobilizing deposit and giving loans. But the way you give this is very different. That's why you have some societies are better than others, but it's the potato. So here there is this concern of the customer care, which was put out, and customer care is very good. So this one needs to be addressed. And I think that one came out about because of the, see the withdrawals, not withdrawals, So these members were withdrawing, see the loans, loan appraisals, and withdrawals, If you see a member withdraw, don't just release them just like that. Ask them, why do you want to withdraw? Because maybe it's something that can be addressed. Maybe
maybe they are saying maybe they are slow in giving loans and all that. Then you tell them you're going to improve something like that. Or maybe they are not handled well by the CEO. Then you tell them you're going to talk to them, the CEO, but don't just release them. Yeah, so that's an area that needs to be addressed. Because I have some other people waiting for me somewhere, but because space and do them. The other thing you are going to think, what is the cooperative society is going to be amended very soon. It has gone through public participation and all that. You understand that. It is in the final stage. And once it is amended, of course, it will be required to alert your bylaws. And once it is amended, as Nairobi County, we also customize so that you can come up with our Nairobi County Cooperative Societies Act. Then, of course, all the societies that are will be required to amend their bylaws. So, I think that is the main thing that is there. So, I'll move now to elections. Every year we have a third of the committee or the board and the supervisory council, and they need to go for the election. So today, for the board or for the committee, I don't know what to call them here. See the board of the is the board, yeah? So those who have a staff. Yeah, so it's the board. Then for the board we have James Karaja, who is retiring. Who is James? That is James is already very busy. James Karaja is retiring, but James, are you seeking the election?
If the members would want to retain me, I am okay. I'm not problem.
That's okay. So it's candidate number one, yeah? Okay, I want to finish with that one first, yeah? Is there anybody who is interested? It's candidate number one. Number two. If you have number two, you vote. See there? So anybody who is interested in the position? Mara ya kwanza, mara ya pili, mara ya tatu, amepose. But I need to get a position a second.
Excuse me, before you go, have you confirmed the people who are online?
Yeah.
Yeah, before so that we do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
So let's have a proposal and a second for James Karaja. Second. Enoch. Second. James.
Joseph.
Okay, Joseph. Okay, so to supervisory is Alan Mahero. There is a member of one. There is Alan. There is seeking re-election.
Yes, I'm requesting to elect because of location issue.
He is seeking to
So
be.
now,
He is asking to be elected. You want to continue with service?
I would love to continue, but the challenge of participation.
Okay.
And I want to do good service.
So katikati yenu mkajipatwa, it requires some knowledge in accounts. Hizi kazi kidogo. Somebody some knowledge in accounts. Jachin suggested Someone. Wait, someone? Simon, right? That's the best. And Ajitoria studio. So let's have somebody. Okay, Ajitoria. Let's have a proposal and a second.
Our supervisor. I think it's good to check whether he qualifies, because I can offer myself, and we should have also checked for Karanja. It's an election year. Those who go into politics, the law is that you vacate office. Yes. So are you into politics? Question number one. Two, dual citizenship in Saccos. Do you qualify? Are you in another Sacco? Then so that you don't vote someone who is not qualified. So as you can say, aweke makaratasi. And we should have asked for Karanja also, whether he's in another Sacco and whether he's going into politics. Or he's in politics to be elected.
Well, I just discussed politics, but I'm not in active politics. And I'm not in another Sacco.
So do you have minimum deposits?
Oh, that's another one, yes.
Yes.
You don't have one. But for Sasa related societies now, you have to come up with this minimum requirements.
Yes.
Education, the deposits, and all that. And then for you, it's another thing that is mandatory. You must have a vetting committee. See, could you have a vetting committee? Who is it? And a vetting committee should be anchored in your bylaws. And you must have these relevant policies like election policy. You have that. If you come, yeah, you have to have a in the budget. So, are you a political candidate somewhere?
Okay, good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
I'm not in any political thing. Secondly, I don't have a full citizenship. And the third thing, which is most important, I'm an accountant, profession, and 6 years of experience, and I'm currently in business.
Okay. Let us first proposal for Mr. Simon. Proposal? Yes?
Yes.
Seconder? Yes?
Dennis, assessor.
Kuna mtu mwingine who is interested? Mara ya kwanza, mara ya pili, mara ya tatu. So wamechoose. Now you can now tell us no. Now that is a supervisory committee now. I'm just saving from that.
Yes.
So that we then okay. Okay, so within 7 days, they are going to meet and they are going to reconstitute their office. And for the new board members and the supervisory, you have to find indemnity within 14 days. And within 30 days, you need to clear your record. So we have a so you can think because you have to clear your record. And if you didn't even know, you don't appreciate your board members. You have to do that. How much is that? It's a culture. It's a culture. I'm come from the society down here when I work. Not come up with a society unless it's a new, very new. You don't appreciate your. It doesn't have to be today, but I'm just maybe in the future. Video. Yeah. You know, they think whatever, make any society job. Jachin, you know, when they're supposed to be thinking of their own businesses and their families, they think there's somewhere in their brain where they have put it up for Jachin. They can't be a piece of their own things. But they're there thinking about the society on their behalf. It's just something I'm trying to say in the future. Video? Yes. Yeah.
Maybe just an intervention on that, because it's not the first time it has been raised. I totally agree with and I support, having seen also how hard this thing works. But most importantly, the heart, the attitude with which they work, they have your interest at heart. They see areas of improvement, but they have your interest at heart. So I would second and maybe look to you, Madam Supervisor, for advice on what or how we can go about recommending region for them and the doctors, the members.
Maybe that's what we cannot conclude today. So you have education meeting. You can discuss in that education meeting. Because it's something that cannot be today. It's a token of education, yeah. But it's really good to appreciate your leaders. it's something that I've just seen. It is not reflected in there.
But they pick up.
Yeah, otherwise for me, I'm done. And for me, it's to wish you a successful year 2022.
And thank you very much for reminding us to have good manners. It's always good to appreciate people, and it should come spontaneously from people's hearts. And it also is fostered by a good relationship between the management and the board and the members. But it's good to appreciate people. It's an election year. Is there any member of the board who is vying? Because we don't know. And should they be sitting? I have followed this because I've had quite a number of cases I'm handling on the same area of people in the boards of Saccos. I know there is a circular by the ministry. It's just to ask, is anyone of you going to politics? And yes, it's a yes or no answer.
There was new hard interest. Fair of the work.
Okay. So tuko sawa?
I don't know.
I don't have money to buy. Children.
But when we see you campaigning as a candidate, you step down. Yes, that is it.
Okay, what's your chairman?
All right. Yes, we can clap for our supervisor.
There's
a question.
Okay.
I had come across. Please be more audible, Carol. I had come across something relating to membership of, how do I put this? A board member cannot be in two circles. Is that the position? And if that is the case, in the spirit of disclosing conflict of interest issues lately, is there any board member who is also a member of another Sacco? Is it the position that a board member, for example, in this Sacco cannot be in another Sacco? Just a clarification on that.
Probably you can help us with that question and maybe ask us.
Okay. Talk of a board member. You can be a board member, but not be more than two, not more. You cannot be a board member of more than two. Let's finish. Two societies. Then you can be, there's something that is sometimes misinterpreted sometimes. And you should, you can be a member of more than one cooperative, provided whatever you're using, whatever your savings, what your income is different. It's different. They're not using the same incomes for the two circles. Like now we have cooperative societies. See, they have their circles. And we have those who are employed. See, they have their circles. So you can be a member there, that circle, because you have maybe a coffee or whatever it is. And you can be a member of another circle here, because you are salary, or there's a business that you're doing. Yeah.
My question was on board membership.
From the loans that are reversed to members, that becomes the income. Interest on members deposit, that is now an expense, because when you are given money, then for the Sacco, the moment we propose an interest or we are paying you, it becomes an expense because you have given the money, okay? Then when we charge interest on you, it becomes the Sacco's income. But when we are paying members, it becomes an expense, and therefore that is interest on members. But there are other incomes that came as entrance fee, dividend from KCB, interest from CIC insurance, and interest from fixed deposit in cooperative bank, ID subscription or something small, no marginal penalties, and therefore 1.7 million came as what we call other income, other than interest from the loans given to you. Therefore, if you reference those two figures, you'll be able to see where the income in the statement of comprehensive income are coming from. Now, the expenditure are included there. You can see from the first one, from administrative expenses, all the way to the last one, which is the website development of 26,355. Please, members, go through it. In case of any question, you'll be able to address it. And for the sake of time, I will just request you to go through those admin expenses. Personnel expenses, they are included there. In terms of staff welfare, community supervisory allowances, and committee expenses coming to 514,000. Of course, when you move on, you will find that we have members, committee seating allowances. The Sacco now requires us to articulate exactly what board members benefited from. And I think it's there, you can read the names from James all the way to the funders, and you can see the total is 407,000 for 1 year, which they are averaging between 67,000 per year. So that is important for us for disclosure, even as the debate for Honoraria was coming on board. Now, number 8 is fixed finance expenses, and that's where I want to come to. You can see there is a finance cost of 3.5 million, and that is seriously affecting our provisions for all our expenditure. That's why the amount needed for distributions has gone lower. How did we arrive at this position? We do provide for loans, and we are supposed to provide for loans very carefully. And if you look at note number 11, and I want to draw the members' attention very carefully, that is the note 11, up to page 15. Page 15, up to the loan to members. You can see the total loans given and how when you classify those loans, when you want to classify them into different, you can see that 111,000 was performing, and therefore we provided 1% probability that those people are likely to default. Then 19 million, we provided 5%. So that is now a loan that somebody has failed to pay, for example, for 1 month. When we go to 2 months, we say that we are washing you or you are likely to default. So you see, again, the people in the wash are much more at 4.4 million. The substandard loan below there, it means that those loans are not performing well at all because the members are not paying on time. Then you can see the doubtful one is when somebody has failed to pay, for example, for 4 months. You see that is 1.8 million. We provide for 50% as you will not be able to recover that money at all. Then when you go to loss, it means that somebody has not paid for 2, 3, or 4 months out there, and the amount, there has been several reminders about it, and therefore we are considering that please don't go and refuse to pay. It means that we are just treating it as a loss in terms of what the regulator requires. If you look at that provision now, it gives you a figure of 3.5 million. What or 4.9 million? Why are we capturing 3.5 million? For those who are accountants will understand that the provision is actually the change in terms of that account from, because earlier you are providing for 1.3 in terms of provision, but now we are providing for 4.9 million. So what happens in accounting, you provide for in the books of account on the difference in that particular account. And therefore, 3.5 million is the figure that we are providing in the books of account. I hope that is clear. Now, back to the page that we had earlier, so that we can go straight to the statement of financial position. I think page number 6, I'm done with the statement of comprehensive income. The item of tax is properly computed at the back there. You'll be able to review it and see why the tax is coming to 257 million. But I would just want to alert you that the figure goes higher simply because of the change of law, where the government now wants to tax money that does not come from members differently. For example, if you invest in CIC, you invest in banks' interest, then the government wants to correct that tax. As before, Sacco used to be almost exempt. But now when you invest in those other institutions, the government seems to claw back on that at a rate of 30%, which is a new provision in terms of taxation. And therefore, members, I am glad to take you to page number 9, which is a statement of comprehensive income. Statement of financial position has what we call asset. What was cash in your bank? 1.9 million. What are the account receivable? That figure constitutes money that some law firms or some organizations have deducted in their members, but they are not already debited to the Sacco, meaning that it is a receivable to us, and therefore 4.1 million, if you look at the notes, you'll be able to see that. Another receivable we have is loan to members. When the Sacco gives you money, you owe the Sacco, and therefore it is a receivable or it is an asset of the company, of the Sacco at 132 million. Investment at 22.7 million, that is the amount that was in CIC at the close of the year. Property and equipment, small items, the office, computer, stationery, and all that. By then, the intangible asset for software, we had amortized it, and the amortized figure was And therefore, your total assets amount to 161 million. Now, liabilities. What are the liabilities? They are money the Sacco has received from you as members, which is not share capital contribution. They are rather withdrawable deposit. And the moment it's a withdrawable deposit, you have members deposit of 138 million, and a trade another payables of 6.7 million. I'll be explaining that figure. That figure of 6.7 million, the amount the Sacco owed other people is quite minimal. However, there was a figure of 4.6 million, which the Sacco, the moment they pay dividend out, they retain what we call the tithe fund. And because the tithe fund ought to be distributed where the Sacco has resided, we treat it as a liability that we shall distribute in future. And therefore, that's why the liabilities grows to 6.7 million. Maybe in future we'll consider whether we want to distribute or whether we would take the same amount of money, but that is an internal issue. Interest on members' deposit. By the close of the year, when the resolutions were done, there is a dividend and interest that were recommended to be paid. And therefore, if you do the accrual method, you discover that at the end of the year, the Sacco owed you as members 7.2 million that is now going to be distributed to you upon the approval today. But in accrual, it's treated as if it's an expense for that particular year. Because we also computed the tax after the end of the year, it comes to 307. Now share capital, 5.2 million, reserves, 3.1 million, which is a surplus for what the Sacco has made for subsequent years to date. Now, proposed dividend, of course, that's 524, which is now based on the interest, or based on the rate that will again be provided today. So your balance sheet balances at 161 million, 619 and 300. Now, I would like to be kind enough to let you know that those notes that are in the balance sheet, you would easily get them on page number 17 of your financial statement, and you can start from page number 16, page number 16, page number 16, all the way to the last page. So therefore, allow me to paraphrase once again. When you look at note number 12, where we have other financial assets, you can see investment in CIC, KCB, Pusco, fixed deposit, you can see the total there at 22.7 million. Property and equipment, they are there and properly depreciated as indicated, and the intangible assets are also articulated in note number 13. Now, in page number 17, you'll find the members' deposit, you'll find the account payable, and that's why in that account payable, it's important for us as auditor to highlight that the only amount of money in the account payable is audit and the supervisory fees. There is a figure there of an identified receipts, which would request the board to probably work on it and the members to work on it. Because some people would go and deposit their money in the bank, but fail to bring the receipt. To us, it's a liability. It is important that you have that figure captured properly in your ledger. Because unless you bring the receipt and the figure is captured properly, when it comes to distribution of interest, it will affect you. So therefore, it's very important that that figure is dissolved to the correct member's amount. And that is not the failure of the management. It's the failure of the member to check on the statement. And it's very important that we raise that as required. Of course, the tithe fund that I told you about comes to 4.6 million, and a small other accrual. Those could be small office expenditure there for people who do some stuff at 5,000 as required. Now, all the other items are there: interest on members' deposit, share capital, the reserves, the tithe fund, any movement on and out of it. The last note, which is page number 18, is how the tax has been computed. You can see the Sacco's income, 30% of 50% of the money earned not from interest, and therefore a total of 257,000. Now, when you look at that balance sheet, the only comment that we have is that we do not intend to go through all the other pages, because by reading the 2 pages of statement of comprehensive income and reading the statement of financial position, we have taken you through the entire account inclusive of share. And therefore, share, I want to stop at that point and state that I'm glad for the position we have given. But I emphasize that it's important, because if I read verbatim of the letter I got from this regulator, is that The Sacco core capital total stood at 5.2%, below the minimum capital requirement ratio of 8%. As prescribed in Regulation 11.1, the Sacco is advised to ensure full compliance of the same by December 2022. It's important for us to state that because in law we are required to state what the regulator requires us to inform you. Therefore, Chair, we thank you so much for the opportunity to present these books to these honorable members, and we are glad to receive any question or clarification probably after adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our auditor. Probably we can have a proposal in a second. I would propose first we get a proposal from online if they were hearing us. Madam Rashia, probably you can tell those who are online or secretary. Do you have a proposal from online people? It's good we give them an opportunity. You can look at the chat whether somebody has done a text. Or someone who is speaking, whether you can hear them. Do you have any? Not yet. Madam Sharon, do you have any?
No, not yet. We had a comment.
Yes, we have from online Nelima Walibengo.
Thank you so much, Nelima, for proposing. That means we are together with the online people. So, who is seconding? You have posted that. A seconder. Thank you. Please remind us your name. Karo Boyuki. Thank you so much. You will take a note of that. So now we can capture the questions to the auditor and our treasurer. Probably all of them. Any questions? Yes, hello. I can give you the mic.
Enough Block is my name. First of all, to thank board management, staff, and the board for the work that you put in for purposes of this Sacco. Looking through the numbers, you can get a rough estimate of the sort of remuneration that board management and the board get from the effort they put in this, and for that we are grateful. On behalf of the members, I want to say thank you. And then we continue doing the same and getting us to another level. With respect to the audited financial statements, I have two comments. I had two. The first one, I think, has been partly addressed, which is on the rate of dividends and interest that is being paid. I think we all of us have a rough idea of the market, what the market is offering out there. What are the other Saccos offering? For some of them are offering way lower, and some to be upwards of 10, 9. And the question that runs through our minds is, what exactly are we doing or not doing so that we don't get, as members, we don't get those attractive rates? What's the one thing? I think the question is both to management, mainly to management and the board. What's the one thing, two things, three things we are not getting right for us to not jump from the figures of 5, from the figures of 6, to the figures of 10, who knows, up to upwards of 12. What are we not? I'm looking at the projected budget from the treasurer, and we look at the surplus for 2022 projected, as well as 2023, 11 billion, give or take. The actuals would be the same amount that we are talking about for 2021. In essence, the rate at which, the rate we are expecting for the next year the year after, dividends, as dividends and interest on the deposits, is more or less the same, 5%, maybe lower. The interest rate sits on much more provisioning as the auditor has said. So I think the broader question we need to ask ourselves and answer, what are we getting wrong? And what are we getting right? And what are we going to do to raise this? Because the members here are reading the news of the circles that are paying those higher amounts. We talked about the withdrawals of the members. What are we going to do as a sustainable measure to ensure we have a higher rate on the dividend, on the deposits and the shares? And then the second question I had was on page 8, financial. It's majorly on the administrative expense. It's a minor one. I suppose there's an explanation perhaps from the management. Administrative expenses, and there is a note on, that's note 5, which appears on page 14 on the administrative expense. I looked at our major expenses there, and I mean, to be honest, there's not so much you can say that huge expense that is impairing our ability to get better returns on our investment in the Sacco. Look at the major figures, the 231s, the 250s, not so major. My curiosity was rather drawn to the expense indicated as strategic. This is a slight clarification of what that would be, the 201,000. Not to say that it's really an aspect, it's out of curiosity. I wanted to hear clarification on that. Otherwise, of course, as any other member, my major concern was on that first question. Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Someone else? Yes, someone else? Is there another question? Yes. It's on the account. Yes. We will, the question on the budget. So, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for your question. I'll respond to one on the issue of the variance on interest and why we are getting too little. Before SASRA came in, whenever you got an interest, before SASRA came in, whenever you got, because you know our core business is to give loans, get interest from loans, and share that interest as our interest, individual interest. It's savings and credit for the members, but for the Sacco later is the interest you get from savings and credit. So it's not that we didn't get enough interest like we've been getting before. This will now push me to even go to the budget. I don't know whether you want me to do it that because it will give a very good explanation. Or I hold that response. Okay. Because it will give a very good explanation where we are getting 5.2%. Let me hold it until I read the budget. On the issue of the strategic meeting, you notice that the strategic meeting having 251% in the year 2021. Strategic meetings are, because normally we do board meetings. We do board meetings which are basic, they're supposed to be monthly. We used to do monthly meetings where we approve loans and do everything. But because of the outcry that the loans are delaying, we decided to do even meetings more than monthly. I think in a month we do 4 meetings. So apart from that, we realized these board meetings, because the board meetings, the issues of loan comes, the general issues come. So we realized that one of the things we realized that we can't discuss everything during a board meeting. So in a year, we normally have, I think, 3 or 4 strategic meetings. And the reason why we have these strategic meetings is we allocate a Saturday, we go somewhere and review everything, from our bylaws to everything. So the cost of the 251,000, it applies to the number, to the cost spent during the strategic meetings, from the booking the sessions and all that. So that's why the strategic meeting issue comes in. It's the cost when we do to discuss the general issues about the Sacco, running the Sacco, which we cannot do during the normal board meetings. So that's why the strategic expense comes in. Thank you. I'll give to the auditor to respond to the other issue.
Now, I did expect more questions. I must confess I was a little bit, I was a little bit worried when I started the meeting, but I want just to comment on something so that members understand this figure a little bit. Now, when you look at page number 8, and you look at the growth in terms of income, we are growing from 10.6 million to 16.5 million. Okay, in terms of the interest you are earning. To me, as your auditor now, that is quite commendable. Okay? In fact, if I do a comparative of other circles we are auditing, this was not the case. Now, the only difference is, this is the first year of adopting a new standard. So remember, if our income is 2.7 million, had we not provided for 3.5 million that we provided for, okay, for the bad debt, because in the circles which are lower than 100 million, they are not usually required to provide anything. Our income would have been 2.7 plus 3.5. Therefore, we would have gotten distributable income of about 6 million. And therefore, it was even possible to pay members interest all the way to 12%. But now, since this is the first year of adoption, then that ought to happen. And therefore, next year, if the performance continues to be the same, then the provisioning will be will be lesser. Because we will not provide for 3.5 million. We will provide for 3.5 plus or less how members will perform. So now, to answer the question, and I think management has a solution, but I would answer the member, the only way out is to ensure that all roads are performing. Because now when you get to the threshold of 100 million, the government's eyes are on you, so that the members or the board member, allow me to use this word share, the board members do not end up running a circle that is going to go down. And because of that provisioning, next year, maybe we will provide for probably 3.5. The only expenditure will be 500, meaning that the dividends will go high automatically. But that is dependent on if the members who have huge loans and sometimes not performing, they honor their commitment. So if members don't honor their commitment, it means you are punishing the person next to you. And that's why in Sacco, we do what we call group lending theory, where the person you guarantee, you make sure they do pay. If they are not paying, remember, they are eating into your dividend. If we draw that relationship share, that the moment you have borrowed a loan and you don't pay, the member next to you is the one you are punishing. Because at the end of the day, that loan of yours will become bad debt, and it will be provided for. So it supports maybe members to motivate each other and to put some tough conditions on anyone who is not probably honoring their commitment, because it ends up affecting all of us. I think that's something I wanted to clarify, that it's not that the Sacco is not doing well, but it's because we are adopting a new standard. However, it is important to make much more of corrections. I think I've answered our brother question properly. If not, I would still want to know whether he's comfortable. Are you comfortable now? Oh, thank you very much. I think you can appreciate him because he's well answered. I am done. There was no other question.
Oh, there was another question. I'm also looking whether our online people are asking questions. I know there are comments, we'll read them.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Claudia. I want to be addressed this position. I want to understand on point number 15, not number 15. Or page number 17, note number 15. We're talking about an identified receiver. On the look of being, the figure is 2 million.
15, right? Yes.
Or page 17, note 15. An identified receiver. So you have to say this money, you're saying it's not ours, or rather, it's a liability. Okay? Now that you decided to take the position of a treasurer, can you convince me? Yeah? How is it not appearing a part of as an asset? Because I'm quite sure, I have a belief we cannot get foreigners depositing this money in our account and then you're saying it is going to be a liability. It's supposed to be a double entry concept whereby maybe you should be seeing some money on the side of receipt. If I look on the side of receipt, page number, the side of receipt, page number 15, note number 10, it's not appearing anywhere. Yeah? I bet to agree with some few accountants here, we are not really understanding this point.
Yes, I think you explained it's okay. Let's take all the questions. Or you have another one?
Okay. For now.
Yeah, I would prefer we answer all the questions so that we.
Yes, the reason why I thought we had reached the budget is because of the figure of 251. Because 251 falling under some special meetings, I calculated and I saw it is 20,000 per month if you look at it. And I think that's too high in a Sacco of this age which is struggling. And I wanted to know, in that 251, is there also seating allowance for the members to sit there? And why I thought of this so much is because this Sacco was founded on the spirit of together. Let's build together. We didn't found it on the position of commercial, otherwise we would not pay Karen. She's an advocate, and she's really learned. If we hired her, we'll never afford her. James, a very experienced clerk, and so many problems anywhere. You can't hire James. I think we need to consider the spirit of Jachin. Because I was chair for, I don't know how many years, James, by the way. I don't even know when I retired. That's what happens when you reach 50. I don't remember very many things. But I remember sitting allowance came like 2 years to my departure. We housed this Sacco in Musiemi at no rent. We gave our internet, we gave our everything. Why? Because in life I believe the common good is very important. And the Ubuntu spirit. I am because we are. If we don't, and I hear you people about loan default, and I want to talk about default because I think this committee is struggling getting loans from us. And so we need to behave. I've also guaranteed people who have defaulted, and I'm sorry, James and your team, because I know you've made all efforts to recover and you have not succeeded to a certain extent. But my call to the board and the supervisory committee, we cannot afford your rates. I ask for Ubuntu spirit, that you extend the spirit of us, so that anybody going to serve in the board, the spirit is that one of, what is it called? Service. I think I need Kenya somewhere else. Kenya, you are in KCPF?
Yes.
There, the board has no shilling it earns. I sat there as chair for 10 years, you know that, not a shilling.
I also charge you about more.
Yeah, please, even you charge us less now. In the same spirit of we are, I am because we are. We will navigate out of the stormy situation higher level. So 251 in my view is too high for sitting allowance, 20,000 a month, because the people sitting is the management and the board. But we are also paying them some sitting allowance at board level. So it is just a request.
Now I come to the issue which is very close to the board's heart, and I'm calling up a few times to say we need to team up to collect
The down debts,
the non-food, and I have guaranteed quite a number of defaulters. I think of two. I ask this question: is there any point the board can reach where, so that, and I'm asking, and I'm not an accountant, so correct me if I'm wrong. Can we ask them to bring security? Are we allowed to charge so that now, I don't know whether if they give security, whether that would move the doubtful elements. Because I had the request for 0.5% dividend share, something. These members would want to have some dividends. But yes, there are few defaulters who are denying us that chance. If we ask them to bring something, and they say, you secure, James, you secure for us, could that change the situation? I know some are even in court. And let me tell you, I work for banks. We are talking to the ones, we are even fighting with them in the court of appeal. We were only hiding. And we end up with Kuja to Onge. Debt collection has become very difficult in this environment. Unless you partner with the debtor, you may not go very far. Tunachoka, hakuna kitu. You can't even pay the auction. So is it allowed?
I'm asking the people who are trained in that area, and I wish the officer was here.
Can we ask them to come for a meeting? Can we ask them to come for a meeting together with the guarantor, which means I am willing to come for a meeting, James. James, I am a guarantor of someone. I am willing to come for a meeting. Can you call the guarantor and the principal debtor? And we sit and we maybe think of other ways of securing the Sacco, because this is, public funds are very sensitive. And I know the ones are guaranteed they will pay. It's just cash flow challenges. But you can advise us. Would that help us to move from this big doubtful provision for doubtful debts, so that people can collect their, what is it called, their dividends with joy? I'm just asking, but I don't know. But my friends, can you, don't charge us your rates, we can't afford it. Let's go back to the spirit and prepare now. And together we build our Sacco. It is a prayer, it's a petition, it is a request.
So, I'm going to first answer those two questions, because I think they are double. Then we'll come back to you. I haven't forgotten now. Yeah.
What is our strategy? What is the other action steps? Because that number is identifying six. What are we doing about what is strategy? How do we timeline to be given to members within the master system? That is too big a defeating open.
All right. So you got the two questions.
Answer the trust that relates to management, which is strategic meeting costs. The strategic meeting cost in the year 2021 is indicated as 251,000. And just to clear our names, we are not here to earn any money. So we are still holding that spirit that you are holding when you are in the chair to work for free. We are working for free. So the strategic cost of 251,000, what happens? We do 4 strategic meetings per year. So each meeting, if you calculate the 251,000, it translates to 62,750 per meeting. And when we book the hall, we are forced to book the hall for a full day, because we cannot meet half a day and finish what we do. And what we do in the strategic meeting, especially for the 2021, we had a lot of SASRA compliances that we had to do. We had to keep on meeting. Actually, we met, there's a day we met until I think almost midnight. We had to do several meetings, and the strategic we had to check on how we complied, because if we don't comply, and we also have what we do, we are fully employed where where we work. This is a part-time, so we can't meet on a weekday. And when we do our weekly meetings, we meet after 5. So it means it could be from 5 to 9 p.m. That's the need why we must have a strategic meeting so that we can push the main agenda of the Sacco. If you calculate 251 and divide by 4, it gets to 62,750. I don't know, Mr. Kabuta, how much do you pay for the hall per day? That's food. Eh? So out of the 62,750, our CEO, they pay 21,000 for the out of the 62,750 per meeting, because the amount is 251,000 per year. We did 4 meetings. If you divide that figure, it gets to 62. Of the 62, 21 goes to the cost of the venue. Then the balance is what we get as our allowance for the strategic meeting. So unless the member is proposing that when we meet the whole day for the strategic meeting, we don't have allowance. And this allowance also includes the cost for the transportation. So unless it's the chair, when I read the budget, the strategic meeting is still there. So unless you propose that we do away with strategic meeting exposing unnecessary cost, we will fully comply.
There's a question. There's a question on the administrative amount, isn't it? Which I want to respond on the issue of the strategic cost. And what we are trying to do is to make sure that we operate at a very minimum cost. Now, when you look at as 251,000 a year, without justification, what it is, it will sound really alarming. Treasurers tried to share. Last year alone, we started for more than 15 cities. But we never went to ask for anything beyond what is available. Sometimes we meet, we will meet even in an open place because we are trying to reduce or cut down on the cost. So it will not be fair to say that we've gone overboard. But what I've done this year, members, I've instructed, and we have agreed with the board that we reduce our strategic sittings. The reason being that we don't want to go overboard. Last year alone, we had serious challenges. And one of them was that we were to work on these papers. It meant that we were to meet quite regularly, as opposed to what we had planned before. We were doing this trying to meet the requirement of Sacco. Are we together, members? Yes, yes. And Karen has just shared. But if we go down on how many cities we start, there are those cities that we never even asked for anything. We used our fuel to come. I think that was a good sacrifice. And not withstanding even missing the comfort to sit with our families. I've had the privilege to have sat with Ms. Kukwa in the very early stages that we worked with you. And I can tell you that the environment has completely changed. When we left, there was nothing called like what charter. Today, we are talking about a document that we are being told as a demand of the regulations, give us this document. We had no internal regulations. We had not even sat at any forum to say that we are procuring an instrument. Or we are procuring a service. That is not happening. And all those things are coming with a lot of, we don't have just to go to a city where we have those to last, go and decide on this, so that when we meet, properly, you are going to limit, you are going to paper, gives us the easier chart of understanding what is happening. We are trying very much to limit the exposure in terms of expenditure. Are we together? This thing is missing in whatever. But that is where we are. The item on the, that is what, item 15, I think you will have to address it. When looked at what I've explained, we also need to give us direction because you are the owners of this house. Sir. And as you have said, those who have papers
and those who have
experience,
all of them also
want a justification as to why they are spending the entire day working on a document of the Sacco. It will be very good to say that you don't want to make it. But at the end of the day, if you want something that is good, you must be ready to pay for it.
Not
on the market range. Not on the market range. But
what we feel that we can
take care of the situation
as it comes.
Thank you very much. And then, I want to talk about the idea of
dividends. Talk about dividends. We have been asked roundly and severally why we are not able to give probably a good dividend. And our point of argument is that we've been very lenient as a Sacco, as you all know. We were premised on Christian values. And there are people who took loans. Quite a number of them right now we have taken them to court. The reason why we took them to court was just very simple. We did not want to expose all our veterans. And we thought the court would be a good element enough to recover. Otherwise, if we had gone to attach what the veterans had, it would have been a very shorter way of which to get to where what we want. But we also asked ourselves, was that building the Sacco? It wasn't. Because immediately we attach somebody's deposit, that person will default even his loan. So we are in a very delicate situation, and we ask for your prayers. Now, SASRA has put us into a very awkward situation, which I admire, because you cannot approach some of us. If I did a Sacco that fails, then it will mean even I will not be able to produce my papers anywhere else. It's a good one. Because they will question you saw a Sacco that fell under this and this, under corporate governance, HR, and the strategic management. Now, what we have done, SASRA has challenged us, and it has asked us to be stiffer. What are they doing? They have asked us whatever we count for in terms of approval, because that's our accounting basis. We don't eat it all. First, we have to factor the bad loan provision, I think, which our auditor will walk you through. And in the closing year, we are incurring a cost of 3.5 billion before we talk of the net interest. So I just ask you to bear with the situation. It is not of the making pressure or the need, but we are just trying to survive within that very awkward environment. Now from there, then we agree, and now I go to what Mrs. Buba is telling me. And Mrs. Buba, I want to thank you, because we had a case with you, and you came out very strongly to show a commitment that you support what we're supposed to do. You were able to relieve yourself of obligation without any pushing. We have people who have taken money, and they have switched off. So we are in court, and in some instances we are pushing to see now what Mrs. Buba is suggesting. We sit down and put in a security. And on that strength, we've come up with a loan product that will cover mega savers. We will not ask them to go to Caradas, we are asking them to give us securities. Because when we talk of a legal charge, then everything is well covered. And as we know, the board has directed, thank you very much for that. As we talk, we've given directives to our CEO to invite bids for experts who will serve us in that arrangement. That is valuers and is it valuers and what? The two people we are asking from you. Valuers and auctioneers. Valuers and auctioneers, yes. We are talking of auctioneers because we also had difficulties with auctioneers. We had an auctioneer taking our member property. He sold it at less even what we wanted, and he's now asking us to pay. So that's where we are. It's a very delicate balancing. The environment has completely
changed, and it requires some kind of commitment. That commitment, it means that if you are relieving yourself from whatever other engagement you will be in, we just slightly take care of you. Because if you commit to me for a full day, looking at the strategic paper, then it means that someone also you have to take care of you. Now, the venues of meeting, you realize when you were still out here, we used to look at very good places. We have Nyamachoma, Ninani. We can no longer afford that because we've grown in number. And if we are to go there, we will be talking about 600,000, I think, which is also a very request. So we try to limit. And that's why even last time when you were here, and even today, we are not talking of lunch. I'm sorry. We had planned that we have breakfast, and then probably when we have gone to lunch, we'll go to members as something to take care of their transport. Trying to balance things. Unakosa lunch lakini unapata kama iwe really. Sawa. Okay, the spirit still remains. That part of benevolence, and that's where we are coming from. Thank you.
Chair, may I also offer something? Because I totally believe in the spirit of common. I would be happy to support this Sacco in terms of registration of the charges free of charge, at least the 5 charges. Why? Because I cannot ask the board to give what I'm looking. I still ask, please, have mercy on us, have. And for me, because you lead by example, the first 5 charges, at least as some costs are concerned, legal fees, we will do free of charge. So that I'm not asking the board to exercise grace and not it is put to side here. But I'm also pleading to my members, please pay the loans. I feel the pain. However, I call it so many times. And James called me before after. Because I want to work because I know you are responsible. I want to work with.
Thank you for that observation. I think I've said a lot in terms of trying to justify what we are talking about. And the much effort is now being put in place to put the corporate structure that we never had before. We cannot sustain the current membership using the structures we had yesterday. Yes, it requires a lot of time from it. Sometimes we see that things we have those members that at those week when I send my meetings up to past 10 p.m. We don't ask for that, for the balance. When you look in the books, James and Tabale, my board members have never asked for air. Do we? Now, have we asked for fuel for transport equipment? That one will reach out of our coalition, please. Thank you.
Sorry, and just on just a clear clarification on the 251 going to 20,000 per month. The 251 per year, if you divide by 12 months, it gets to 20,000. If 20,000 is divided by, strategic meeting is attended by all board members and all the staff members. So the board members are 5, the staff members are 2. So when we attend strategic meeting, the 7 of us, assuming it was per month, 20,000 divided by 7, it gets to 2,857. Minus the venue cost. So don't go home thinking that we pocket 20,000 per month. Strategic meeting, if we put it on a month, is 2,857 minus the venue cost. So just to clarify that. Thank you very much.
I will not go to that. I'll answer my first question. First of all, I clarify, I'm not the treasurer. I'm a certified public accountant providing accountancy service to you and audit. So the reason why we have 2.1 million, it is not long. And if you are an accountant share, you allow me to take the person through the streams of account, the same way lawyers take through the jargon. If the accountant found a figure of 10,000, for example, in the bank account on a member who paid, and he wants to balance his books of account, he will simply, there is a debit in the bank account. So what will be the credit account? he cannot go and apply it to him, or to him, or to him as a daily. He will create an account called suspense account or an identified deposit. So that when the person will come and bring the receipt, you'll be able to apply. As auditor, if the figure is not there and there were a receipted amount of money, it is my duty to disclose the same, so that the management can work on it. And members can also check their system, because that is what brought the issue of updating the MIS, which now they are updating. And once the member receives their statement, people will be able to say, no, my 5,000 is not captured. Then along this year, they will reconcile the figure. So I want to request him to humbly understand that particular disclosure. Because if I don't do it, I would have probably, for lack of a better word, hidden it somewhere. But it's only disclosure, maybe over disclosure. So I wanted to clarify that that shift is out of inefficiency of the MIS as opposed to being an error. Otherwise, the disclosure of it leaves the members with an attention that there is something they need to check when the statement comes out and reconcile so that everybody is at par. That was my argument. I think if my question is well understood now, that's the only part I want to address. The others, I think, they are for management. Badu, hajatosheka, but then ask it. I want to clarify. What's the challenge?
Maybe I understand you, but the thing is, yeah, we are saying there is money somewhere, yeah? Yes. Other people's money. Then why are we not even, why did you take to reflect, in the part of receivables? And this figure is very big. Could it be have been maybe what the members have deposited, and now you are saying maybe you are trying to put a provision here of money that has not been paid?
Let me just pause there. If the money is a receivable, for example, it cannot be a receivable because I received money in my bank. I don't know it to belong to who. So if I have received money and I don't know it to belong to who, there is an easy way of netting it off against the receivable. I agree with you. But against who? Answer that first. Against who? Because the money is in the bank, or the money is in the Kahuta's account. I've asked him, actually he has said, no, as auditor I asked, you are against who? Isolate it and put it candle so that we know the money belongs to who. What is your proposed treatment in line with the IFRS?
Okay, I think I'm off somewhere. Maybe you can question again. But the figure is so big, yeah? From 145 to 2 million. What has happened now that we are not able to trace this money that we have received? We are telling us the money has, okay, the members have withdrawn, the members are becoming dormant. Are you getting the sense? There are no people, there are so many money coming here.
Now, I think through you, Share, my responsibility as the auditor is to flag up issues. The responsibility of the management is to comment why. Maybe the management can comment why the system was not efficient. But for me as the auditor, my job is to say, I can trace 2.1 here that you have not allocated properly. Maybe the management will respond to you, why was it not allocated properly? You're getting, so that you separate issues here. So it does not, because the way he started is like, since now you have become the treasurer, so let's paraphrase it and say, maybe Kamoda can say, why was the figure not reconciled? Then we are able now to address why did you place it in payables as opposed to receivables. So that I don't start again, because I think I have exhausted my time, is that it's treated that way because we don't know the money belongs to who. The same way we have treated your deposit as a receivable, as a payable, because the money that you have given us, look at it carefully. The money you have given us, the 132 million you have given us, is money that the Sacco owes you. The same manner, this money we don't know, the moment it will be allocated, it's just a movement from the unidentified to a particular member's account. I think that's now, in an accounting term, is easy. So once they do, maybe, I'm not defending them, but the moment they put a proper accounting system, by next year they should be able to resolve the amount to reasonable figures. Maybe probably share have answered the question, and I'm glad for the opportunity to have the auditor listening. Thank you.
Probably you can need to hear whether you be appointed.
Because of another meeting that I would want to jump to, I would request to humbly share that you allow us to be. The agenda that is talking about my appointment, the good lawyer knows me for many years. I never seem to discuss that. So if you make a choice, I'll be comfortable. And the board is going to communicate to me afterwards. In or not, thank you so much for the opportunity, and God bless.
But I don't want us to take more time. I know there are some people complaining.
Mine is not a question. Okay. And I'm not an accountant, I'm a teacher. So I really may not understand all that. What I want to do is just to explain from a customer where that would be. Because I know Kabola has called us many times where we have done, we do our payments very prompt. Then somehow, sometimes our deposit slip gets lost or we misplace. I just want to speak from, our side here to just maybe explain a little bit where that challenge comes from. Then Kabola would call me and say, send us your deposit slip. And we, as I said, we are not accountants, we are teachers, so really it's not a very easy thing for us. We look for this receipt, deposit receipt, and we don't find it. And I tell Kabola, I can't find it, but we have already paid. And it has happened a number of times. So if the others here who it has happened with, then I can understand why. There's an amount there that cannot be accounted. It is in the bank, but we've not given the receipts. So they don't know who to allocate this money. A lot of times he has called me, sometimes they have really looked and found or not found and tried to give him a statement and all that. So I can understand why there will be a figure there but not being known who it belongs to. Thank you.
I didn't want to take much more of your time. And were it not for, it's not very long. I didn't want to take much of your time because I am supposed to give opinion and leave. But there is something, that lady has spoken the truth now of where the figure is coming from. Maybe without documenting what I'm saying, it's easier. You just need to do a letter to your bank. Because whenever you do any deposit, they clarify. Sometimes they capture that information, but they never give you the entire statement. So you can also do a special request that kindly clarify to me from the bank perspective who did deposit this money. And that way you'll find that you can be able to whether some of it money as an advisory, but I think that is internal. Am I right?
I'm just closing on that. As I told you, the work of the land manager is to look at the trends of financial deposit and to be able to know what is happening and what is not happening. When you look at the previous year, it was 145, and that one, someone will excuse that you have, it is something that happened. But 2 million, I want to agree with the member with a substantive amount. We will be sitting with the CEO to interrogate where the problem is. But I also want to remind you members that it's also part of the responsibility. Don't just say that sit and not remain with it. What if everybody will come saying that we also has our portion in that room? That alone? So if you're ready to call a new game, we not can sit well or become. Even in banks, we go through that. In as much as we rely on this information system. But also that one does not being taken away from you. Thank you very much. We are going to work that one.
So we thank the auditor. I don't know, you want to ask a question? allocate with.
For those of us who use the same figures, each and every time that I put a commission form and SMS to but they never do that. So then the problem is when we that we said we don't see. So what should they be doing? Because I make a record every time that they deposit. So until now that I just make a call, you see the money, I just read a message and go the list. So I don't know maybe what we should do.
It is part of what I want to find out.
Because we need to finish with the accounts, isn't it? The auditor told me that is our part, he's not supposed to be the one. So I think I will ask the treasurer to take us through that. I think we'll be releasing our auditor. Then we will go through the point where whether we want to meet or we want to authorize. I think that will be the one of our treasurer. And then after that, we go to the budget part.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. I'm directed to go to the point of declaration of dividends before we go to the budget. And you've accepted, so we proceed. That's okay. So you can see as per the audit report, we earn some interest. And the Sacco is doing well. The Sacco is earning a lot of interest. And if you want to see that interest well, and this is the reason why many are trying to read the budget before we declare interest, you can see the transition. If you look at the budget, you'll see the transition on what was proposed in 2021. As interest from loans from members, how much interest did we get? And you compare it to how much interest we got in 2020. The reason why you're not looking at 2022 is because when you're budgeting, you don't do with proposed. You deal with actuals. So see how much actuals, compare the proposed and actual in 2020 and the proposed and actual in 2021. We proposed in 2020 that we might get the interest of 14 million. And we got 10 million. And the 10 million was well explained because we stopped charging interest on loans during the COVID-19 period. That's why last year there were even very bad dividends. Now look at the proposal for the 2021. And the actuals. We had proposed, meaning we had foreseen that in 2021 we might get dividends of 15.8 million. And to show we are doing well, we actually got dividends of 16.5 million. So you can see the difference, that we got even above far much more what we expected. So on that you can see the Sacco is doing well. And the issue why the dividend is going to be 5% today is because if you look at the budget again and look at what we had proposed under provision for loan loss in 2020, the provision for loan loss by then, we didn't have SASSA regulations. So we had assumed that we'll only put a provision of 234,807. When we took the proposal and told SASSA that we've gotten a whooping 8.2 million and we want to share, they told us, your members are not paying your loan, you are not sharing this whole amount. We want you to put aside 3.5 million as a provision for the bad loans. And remember, the provision for the bad loan, as much as that appears as an expense, it is not something we have spent. It is just a provision for the bad loans that people did not pay. So, sorry, I'm already in the budget because I think it's easier to explain before we share. You want to know where this money you are sharing comes from before we share it. I think that is more important. So, because it gives some hope that as we go home with little money, but you understand where it has come from and why it's little. Oh, sorry. Sorry. If Mr. Kwana has just given a guidance that we need to check which row and which column. The first is interest from members' loans, which we've categorized, giving a track from 2019. The first under 2019 is the actual compared to the proposed. How much did we expect we will get and how much did we get? Then we compare it as we go. We keep on comparing 2020 and 2021. And when you draft a budget, you rely on actual. That's when you realize we have proposed for 2020, and when I'm doing the variance to show the increase, then I go to increase between 2021 and 2023. The reason I'm not doing 2022 and 2023 is because we're still in 2022. We cannot know how much we spent. So we want to be certain that 2021, this is what we know we spent, and what is the variance in 2022. And you can see that it increased by 20%, which I find it very high. The interest on our loans increased by 20%. I wish you could give us a clap. All of us. That is from 16.5 million. Sorry, it increased by 20% from 15.8 million to 16.5 million. And in the projection of the 2023, we also project it to increase by 20%. So now when we go to the declaration of dividends, or I continue with the budget and we finish, then we declare the dividends. Fine, thank you so much. So we've declared, out of the amount that we've earned, we declare 5%. And when we are declaring dividends, we are declaring two dividends. One dividend we are declaring is dividend on shares. The second dividend we are declaring is dividend on interest. And as I explained earlier, dividend on shares is the mandatory amount that you must have before you join the Sacco. As you join the Sacco, we disclose to you that in a month you will be paying 1,000 shillings, but you must give 5,000 as shares. By giving the 5,000, you become a shareholder. And now the shareholder, that's where the retained earnings comes from, that it's you are sure. You know, with the retained earnings which comes from dividend on shares, you are sure that whether the Sacco does poorly or well, on the dividend of shares, you must get something. And that dividend of shares is what is declared as 10%. So if we declare the dividend of 10%, and that is dividend on shares. And the dividend on shares, as per the SASTA rules and as per our practice, it's always capitalized. That's why I was saying, there are people who are given the Sacco as a mandatory requirement as you are joining 5,000, but with the new requirement, you already qualify, you already have 10,000, because each year we've been capitalizing. Even today, the 10% on your shares as dividends, we are going to capitalize. Then the next dividend is dividend on deposits. The dividend on deposits should be dividend. How to calculate it? It's the whole amount you've ever given to the Sacco minus 1,000 registration fee and the 5,000 dividend on shares. All that deposit, 5% is what we are declaring, and you will tell us what you want, how you want us to spend it, other proposals. Whether we should capitalize it, whether we should have it in terms of cash. So it's upon you to tell us, someone to propose and second, whether we should share it or where it should be capitalized, or whether you want to give it to charity, is still allowed. So it's a majority decision.
Okay, I think just for the purpose of clarity, we have dividends and we have interest on our dividends.
So, I'm moving a motion that do we eat our interest? Yes. So then we get a proposal and a second to that. And then second on dividends, as an operational agreement we have with you, we agreed that this money will be capitalized. The reason being that we want to increase our share capital. Are we in agreement on that? Yes. Again, I get people any proposal, second on that. Normaliza hiyo. Sasa, Dennis?
Propose.
Kula interest. Sasa, Dennis Masese. Second. Thank you. Okay, on the dividend, capitalization, 10%. What name, please? Asia Mary. Proposal second round. Go to Abua. That business is done. Then, I think the next business we turn to Karen to take us through the budget item. Thank you for the resolution.
Yes, and as I take it to the budget item, I know there is a hot question because I had it when we were having tea, and we need to clarify. We've been paying dividends by way of cash. That after this, we will queue and we get cash.
Yes.
The audit risk issue, there should be issue of verifiable, that the payments are verifiable, and we are working towards avoiding cash. So we had a board resolution. Let me finish, or I stop. We had a board resolution. We had a board resolution that on Monday, you know the way you are paid salaries, we give the list to the banks and the money is transferred to your account. So it is easier for us when the auditor comes and says, you paid so and so. And one of the reasons why we did this is when you queue here after this meeting and I'm the treasurer, I'm dishing money to you as you show me by your ID. I may not be able to look at your face clearly. The next time the auditor says, how can I verify? And the other thing about it is, what if I pay you and what if I give me somebody's ID? I'm not saying you're bad people, but as leaders we have to be very accountable. What if you give me somebody's ID? Like, the truth is, I know only 10% of you. You give me somebody's ID, I give you the money. The next time I've left the office, a suit has been filed against Jachin Sacco that you never paid me my dividends. Then I produce your evidence of signature in court, and you say, no, this is not my signature. Can you confirm when the money came to my account? So please allow us to do things in a very orderly manner so that we can account for everything we give out and everything we receive. And the truth is that as we decided about this, we did not carry cash here. So you get all your money on Monday. I know change is a very good thing, and it's a very hard thing to implement. There will be resistance when you try with change. But we are trying to ensure that we become accountable to you. That when you come to me after 3 years, I can prove the money came to your account. You are not
somebody has a loan in account and you deposit that money, and you are waiting for that money to pay school fees today. Yes. What will happen to those cases? Okay, that's number one. Number two, we have like people who are in diaspora. Some people, they don't have those things, those bank account, What are they do?
Yeah. I think you come with a problem and also suggest a solution. Suggest a solution, which will also cover the issue of accountability.
We are doing for that. Everybody here likes money. Please do that. Money is very good. Money is very good. What the treasurer is also telling to tell you that we are now in a strictly corporate environment. It was advisable from our auditors and even that for us to withdraw the money, we first have to have the resolution. The money has been withdrawn and we are being asked, how did you withdraw without the explanation? The explanation is coming up action, and that is where we are. So, with the resolution you've given us, with the instruction you get from the Office of Treasurer and the CEO, the money will be transmitted to you as soon as possible. The money is in the bank. We just need the resolution. And that's why when I saw you people coming very late, I was so much for that, because this issue you are raising here right now, have been not realized the quorum, then it would have meant that you don't receive that money even next week. It would have meant that we convene another AGM. So thank God that we were able to secure what happened. In fact, I was supposed to plead with our supervisor to give us time so that we can turn up and we secure this resolution. Doing so, knowing very well that schools are opening next week. Next week. Can you appreciate that, please? Yes, yes. That's where we are. So for today, I know we will give you fair those who are here. But on Monday, you are getting money on your account. And that's why the form you have filled, reporting forms. Sorry? Yes, please. Huh?
Someone suggested that money should be posted in accounts. Please send to M-Pesa, because in M-Pesa, if you have even fleece ad, you can fleece again.
We remain amenable to whatever solution you give us. All is that for the requirement of corporate management. Are we together? Yes. So, next time, I can tell you that we've had a serious challenge. That's why when we are meeting very late, we've been meeting in the month of February. So, next time we'll put you on notice, but thank God we've been able to have something for you. By M-Pesa, for those who elect to have M-Pesa, those who give us account numbers will also do. Yeah. Thank you, something to say? Sure. But I can only imagine those who are pressing issues are here. Those who are at home, I will not accommodate. So, those who are here and they have a pressing issue, just write down the best line. We will transmit the money to you by 9:15 on Monday. Okay? What else do you want? Thank you.
That was a confidential issue and we need to discuss it and conclude. Other than this, it's dropped.
No checks. No checks.
I thought we concluded that no one has said he's giving you a check. I want to give checks. Mention checks. Yes. So we go to the budget. We go to the budget. The first item on the budget is an interest for members' loan, which is from income. We have our main source of income is on interest from members' loan as a directive on how our cooperative Saccos operate. So the first item is the interest on loans, which I had mentioned earlier. I'd also ask you for me to go through each and every item I will, but if you allow me just to highlight and also highlight, and allow me to ask questions that I respond to the questions to verify. Fine. So in the budget, it's a comparison of the 2021 actuals, and we give a proposal of what we think we might spend in 2023. The reason why we are not using the 2022 is because we are just at April 2022, and we are not able to verify how much we spent so far. The financial year has not been closed, and that's why in budgets we use the actuals. So we are projecting that in terms of interest on members' loans, we will be getting an increase. You will be taking more loans and will get an increase from 16 million to 19 million. The issue about sundry income is always itemized as any other source of income apart from our core activity. Our core activity is savings and credit, and we get interest. So the sundry income is what is actually put under. It's in the audit report, page 14. What I've put there as the income is already in the audit report, page 14. Item number 4. list there is what is referred to as sundry income. That includes dividends from KCB, interest from fixed deposit from GoBank, and from CIC. At times you put money in CIC and get interest. So basically, under income, we only have two sets of income. One, income from main agenda, which is interest on loans, and the sundry income, which is a blanket one we used to refer to any other income we are getting, which is not an interest from your loan. So we are projecting that in the year 2023, we will be having an income of 21,783,022 shillings. While in 2021, that was a projection that on interest we'll get 20% increment, and on sundry income, which is money we take to get saved, to get interest, alongside our main income, we'll get 10%. So with the 21 million, that's now when we started to project our budget, categorize them as financial expenses. These financial expenses are not coming from anywhere, but they are already also in the audit report of 2021. The financial expenses, you can find them at page the financial expenses, you will find them at the you find them at page, let me just confirm the page. Should be around page 15 or 14. Yes, told it's page 15. Yes, it's itemized as number 8 at page 15. So you can see that's where I came up with the projection of, with the actuals of 2021. That is what has been passed, that will confirm with the audit how much we spend. And the projection I'm giving in 2023 is this financial expenses might increase. And so just to explain on financial expenses, one thing you notice about this budget is that we are projecting we will get 21 million and we are going to spend 10 million. I know it raises a question that we are spending too much. The reason why the 10 million is there is because if you notice in 2021, if you look at the year 2021 proposed and look at the provision for loan loss, in 2021, we have written the provision for loan loss and only placed 234,807. And SASRA came up with their rules, and you can see the actual. You can see what was budgeted for as a provision for loan loss will be 234,807, and the actual is 3,594,579. The explanation comes here that SASRA says you've gotten dividends of 8.5 million and your members are not repaying their loans, you're not sharing the whole amount. Put this 3.5 aside as a provision for loan loss in case they don't pay. We close it at that. So that's why you can see also we put another provision for loan loss as 4.3 million in the year 2023. So you realize the budget gets to 10 million because of this provision for loan loss. If you deduct the 10 million total budget and deduct the 4.3, which is just a provision for loan loss, you realize that our budget is lean, and it's compared to the 2021 actual budget is 8.3 million. So you realize our budget is lean. About actual expenses will be around 6 million, not 11 million. That provision we are putting is not money lost. If we come here next time and everybody pays their loan, you realize our interest will be higher. Because this provision for loan loss of 4.3 million, we will share it as dividends. It will be our dividends. But if we don't pay the loans we take, because what happens if you don't pay loan in time and you keep on defaulting, SASSA does not want to listen. He wants us to create a provision for it. And actually they stamp it on you. You have no choice. You send your audit document, they say no, we are slashing this amount as a provision in case they don't pay. Because they want us to don't pay the loan, the Sacco remains standing for a long time. So on the other items, as we had agreed that I just highlight, we have also included a proposed amendment to the 2022 budget on two things. If you look at the proposed amendment of 2022 budget, under payroll expenses, there's a part of said staff recruitment, which should amend the 2022 budget on a payment of $500,000. SASRA has their own rules, and this is where the issue of recruitment comes in. It insists on checks and balances. It is saying, SADIA cannot generate an invoice, approve it, write a check for Mr. Kwana Mahero to pay. There shall be someone generating an invoice. There's the balance of powers and accountability. And that's why, and one of the reasons why I'm justifying why we need to employ someone. When the auditor gave us a management report, it was one of the serious concerns. And the concern also comes here when you ask us, how comes you have payable of 2 million? Could the board members have put this money aside for something? That was your question. How comes we can't verify the 2 million? This is we have 2 staff, and our number, in the audit report, our number is clearly indicated. Active ones about 700. And you pay every day. We need someone to assist in the verifications. So that when we employ, someone can follow up on this thing. This 2 million, we verify everything. That's why we need a second person to employ to do the verification. And so many things in the office. That's why we were advised to employ another person. And SASRA is very clear on gender. You can see the audit report for the first time. They put the gender of the employee, and they question us that the next person you employ must be a lady. So and you can realize actually the SASRA audit report is the way they put the bylaws as a template, the way they put the audit report as a template. So you just have to comply with all their terms and conditions. So that's the 500,000 is a provision to employ, and specifically a female employee. And the 500 is just a projection of how much we'll pay. And we want to add it to the budget of 2022 because it came after the management advisory report from the auditor. So that is a new addition I've made in the budget. You realize I put the 100 at 500,000, and in 2023 we are projecting it to be 800,000 in a year. The 500 is because we've spent some months already, and probably the earliest we can employ will be June. Another additional item in the budget for 2022 is is the 70,000 on office assets. Just like we have discussed earlier, that when you employ, the person we employ will need a computer and probably, and a phone probably, because it's also going to do several duties. That's why we put a projection for 70,000 for the new additional office items. Additional item added in the budget of 2022, which amended, is IT software. The IT software in the 22 budget we had said should cost us to 1.2 million. When we did a survey and did quotations, the figures were higher. So it became, and that's why we are adding 800,000 so that we can pay the balance the IT people. The IT one, I know it will really help the Sacco, because now all the responses you're saying you don't get, when you pay, you'll automatically get an alert. Sorry. Every person will have their portal. Loan application you can do online, you can pay online, you can have access to confirmation, how much do you have, and even dividends can be paid online. I mean, so many things will be done online. The MIS system, it's a proposal and a mandatory requirement from SASRA to help on verifiability. So the verifiability of all payments is something which we must do, and that's why I've added we already signed the agreement. They started the process. They told us it will take 30 days for them to complete. So we also added the budget to include their balance of 800,000. Another additional thing we put to the budget is that in the last budget, we had put a budget of 27,500 for internet, for website, the Jachin Sacco website. But the expenditure on the course which were given was more than that. And that's why we have amended the budget for another 25,000. So all 3 items are added to the 22 budget for amendment and adoption. So when I go to the 2023 budget, I think it's a bit self-explanatory, and to save your time, I can answer any question. I'll be answering any question you want to ask on the budget. Well, if you feel a figure is too high, you let us know. If you feel it's too little, let us know. And if you feel some have not been increased, let us know so that I can respond to your concerns, other than going through them one by one to save your time. So the floor is free. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to thank our treasurer. You can clap for her, please.
So we first adopt, then we can raise the questions. I remember Google, is a question you can get ready, or you asked it along the way.
Yeah.
All right. So a proposer and a seconder. And we still have those who are online. Are they still with us? Or you want to propose and second from here? All right, let's have a proposal. Probably we can have a seconder online. Whoever is online, probably you can be seconding. A proposer from here, please. Yes. Please remind me your name. Yeah? Dorothy. Yes. Dorothy who? Oguna. Yes. All right. Do you have a second online? And Washira, do you have a second online?
Maybe Sharon can confirm.
Okay, Sharon, you can confirm. You can see a second online. We have. Or we get a second here. We have. All right. Second. I want to pick another person. Yes. Jesus, another person. I'm not saying those are not enough. Yes. There's some here. The gentleman at the back maybe he not back.
Kevin Uchim.
Kevin Uchim. That is good. So now questions can keep coming. Whether you can take the questions now. So we have people from behind there. Probably we can take questions. And even those who are online, if you have questions, please type them or raise your hand and ask. So who has a question, please? From the back. Those who have a question, please, relating to the account, I mean the budget. All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. All the work that has gone into this must be a lot. I did not know Karen is an accountant. I think a lot has changed since we last talked. Because I know the requirement of the Sacco is that the treasurer should have accounts. So I think things have grown to that level. Now, I have an issue with recruitment, and I had already said this before. Why do I have an issue? When I look at the active members, they are from this committee, there are only 400. 400 clients. And these 400 clients are in baskets. They are they're in some baskets. Which means those accounts are easy to deal with. We have 2 staff, and I know it's a requirement that you have an internal auditor. It's required by the regulator. So that could be the third person. Is that person factored in this? Okay. That one is necessary even for checks and balances, and it is true. You cannot be the preparer of the budget, you can give to the Noguma or the receipt. There are no checks. I don't know whether it is possible, and I'm just asking the coach. Can the people in the office serve these people, but we include this internal auditor to continue doing this work? It's a question. You know the landscape better than I do. So I'm just asking from where I stand. Because I think we are many in the panel, but very many are not active. Which means nothing happens on their files. I can think them as people with the files. The files which are working is a Muslim group, so that you come with like 20 people, another group. However, I don't know whether you feel lazy or old. I am now looking at you and wondering, because you used to handle so many clients, even where I used to work. That's 400, I'm not sure. That is number 1. Number 2, AGM expenses. When I look at these AGM expenses, including the ones of today, I'm not sure we are spending, how much is this? For 2022, it It was 480 AGM expenses. 2021, now, thank you for your help. 436,900. Na hakuna chakula. You know, when I came, I didn't thought I'm not going to have any breakfast because but I see James' children have increased now. We are so many. Ameogopa kutupatia kachai. Kachai ni wako, ni chakula. But 480, having hosted weddings and functions, to spend 480, so I don't know. That's my feeling. When I look at the year to come, if we are continuing the same trend, we made a provision for, I don't see very well without what. So I have a question. I think our provision is too high, but I'm also asking, have we spent all or have we saved something? I have another question which has to do with board expenses. I vote against increments. I would say they stay as it is because I think what is there is already reasonable. Strategic meeting for committee and staff, I had already given my view. I still think 251 is too high for 2-3 meetings, and especially now we have technology where you can have a meeting online. Every company is reducing cost of meetings. Every company. In fact, if you travel the world now, it's so automated, you wonder what is left for us. If you go to a supermarket in Europe, you check yourself out. So why are we not going this way? Meetings can be online, the cost to be less. You'll be meeting in your room, so it's 15,000 for a place, it is safe. And I always offer, the Syrian company will now have a backyard, have a tent actually. If you want a meeting on Saturday, let me know. We can save this Sacco 16,000 if that is the meeting expense. That we reduce everybody in the fight for brings the highest profit with reducing it. So that is what I would propose. I think now, and why I think so, I did the maths, and I saw meetings alone are costing us about, we went by this budget, costing us more than 700,000. If you add the AGM, it's 1 million. It's too much for a society. We share capital is 160 million. Harambe Sacco names, I don't know. But those are my feelings, and I speak maybe with a measure of ignorance, James, my chair, because I'm outside and inside the system. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Can I have another question? I think those questions have been noted.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer, for taking us through the budget.
Kindly, you are consulting at high tones. Please, just please.
Just some interventions on, let me start with the members' education expenses, which falls just below the tab written total ICT expenses. So members' education expenses, I see what has been proposed for the year 2022, which is for the plan. So I will just get some clarification, and nothing has been proposed to amend. The understanding is that this is going as it takes members. Is there context on why no provision has been made for educating members? Conscious that in the SGM 2021, when we were passing the bylaws, one of the things that was identified was the need for members to be educated further on the implications of SASRA, what would be expected of them, what's happening under the bylaws, new obligations, everything. What wanafaa kuwa wamepata kujijulisha, and those are obligations under our bylaws. So what's happening in the space of education expenses, why are we not providing anything? Because an educated member is an active member, presumably. Secondly, on legal fees, start from the bottom. I see it's been fluctuating, and the years it has been higher, the years it has been lower. I'm looking at the year 2022 proposed is 300,000, amended to go up by 72,000. However, speaking of place or point of ignorance, to some extent, I know a lot has been done, but to the useful get clarity on what has been the efforts of feedback for our court cases. I'm assuming legal fees here. Is it only for the loans? Are we also looking at debt collectors about we are also engaged and what they do, because we probably charge differently and we charge on a commission basis. So this item on legal fees is more. Why is it too low? We are saying that collection of debts is a problem.
Yeah. Thank you. That's good. I think the next person. Remember, you should also be listening to those questions so that you say whether you are satisfied with the answers.
The question comes on that GM expenses. More than 6,900, not cheap. And that may do. Yeah, so
You're really treasure. So it's good to note that we had proposed 407 euros instead of Kenya shillings. Any other question? Is there a question from online people? And I want to confirm to them that I'll still read those comments they are doing. Those of them are not questions. They are just notes. I'll read them before we leave to all members so that they also feel that they have been comment. So probably I'll give the treasurer to answer to those 3 members who have been. Anybody else with a question? You're good? Okay.
Thank you very much. First, let me start with the latest, because it's the most recent. The ATM expenses proposed 2021 euros. That was an error when it was being printed. But also to ensure that you are safe, whatever is appearing as a euro is proposed for 2021. And to ensure your money is safe, you can look at the actuals for 2021, how much was spent. So that will show you that the euro thing was just a typing error. Though it was proposed, let's assume it's a euro, the amount spent, you can see it's 236.1, and that's 624. That is the actual amount spent. It also was also reflected in the budget. So the euro sign was just a typing error, which was created by Excel, and I apologize for that. And we officially, one of the items to be amended, the euro sign on those columns to be amended. I hope our secretary has captured. It's appearing twice on the proposal for 2021, on the actual for 2021. So that euro sign is to be amended. The other thing, which was also another error that should be amended, is legal fee at 22,000. It was an audit fee, which would have been, the proposal amendment is proposing for 72,000. They're not amending the legal fee. So I request our secretary to also capture that as an amendment. So the reason why we are asking for the budget for 2022 to be amended by additional 72,000 is because in the last AGM, we did not appoint an auditor. We deferred it because we needed a more thorough audit that includes verification of everything, as opposed to the normal one. Once in a while, a company needs new auditors because you used to get used to things. I can't be doing an audit for you for over 10 years. I'll get used to it. You need a new face to identify mistakes, and we also learn from that. So that's why with the last AGM passed, we appoint an independent auditor, and independent word as used here will simply mean independent from the Ministry of Cooperatives. And we're not making any other auditor look bad, but we need an independent auditor. So what happens in the previous audit fees, all of them, the Ministry of Cooperative officials have been charging 24,400 in 2019, you can see, to about 25,500. But we can tell you the difference in the audit system is totally significant. The other one does not need verification of receipts. The independent auditor hearing goes to the office, sits there, asks for all items and verifies. Almost 2 days. How many days? It took more than 3 weeks doing the audit. So that's justification of the audit amount. In the last budget, it was 28,000. In this, we are requesting for it to be amended at 72,000. Where is the amendment coming from? The amendment is coming from our SGM, which we held in December. During the SGM, we gave you a list of 3 auditors to be appointed, and the auditors, they are also their fee, how much they are supposed to pay. And the auditor who came today was appointed during the SGM in December, and even as per that, because that was one of the guiding factors. And the SGM minute accepted that he be paid 100,000. And because in our previous audit budget for 2022, we had only captured 28,000, that's why we are saying, since in the last AGM there was a proposal and it was passed that we pay 100,000, we have a deficit of 72,000, which we need to amend that budget to capture. So that's why there's that amendment. So legal fee has not increased. In terms of are we recovering anything from the legal fees we are paying? Yes, we are recovering a lot. There are a lot of recoveries. I think we've not stepped at your doorstep. We have advocates who take it to the Ministry of Cooperatives, but first we try talking to you several times if you don't pay. But if you don't answer Mr. Kaguda's calls, because now we feel that you've disappeared. If you answer the calls, we come up with payment plans. But now, sadly, when you come up with payment plans and allow it to vary, and you keep on defaulting for another 3 months, then SASRA will say you're not sharing dividends. So the best you can help us also to improve your dividends, because everything is within my hand and your hand. Whether you get 12% dividends is not from the Ministry of Cooperatives or an outsider. It's within this room. I take a loan, I pay. The dividends will be much higher. Because the issue is not that we are getting this interest, but the moment you get interest, the SASRA says no. Our new rules say that when you have when you get a lot of interest, we put aside this for provision because we are paying back those loans. So if everybody pays the loan, then we'll be good to go. And you can see we've not put a bad provision for very bad debts. So it means there's even a possibility of still paying and this money is within us. With us. So I think once the legal fee amended at 7, asked by Mr. Kwana Maero, and the next thing I'll go to is the AGM expenses. If I need something for clarification, still ask, because we are working together to improve the system. I think this one needs a board to agree on again, whether we do away with the physical AGM meetings, and because you have more powers than the board, you can tell us whether we do away with the AGM meetings to save on this money, so that next time we just do virtual. And the reason why in the last year budget of 2022, we had proposed an amount of 480,550 as an AGM expense, but we spent 231,632. That last year we had about 3 meetings. There's an education meeting which we had proposed. People came, we paid for the hall, we waited for you, and you didn't turn up. So we just spent money like that. There's nothing we could do about it. Then when we called for the SGM virtual, at least there was attendance. And in the SGM virtual, people who attended, because we also, as you had suggested that we encourage people to attend, that's why when you attended, we paid you 1,000 shillings back to capture for what you spent on airtime. So then that's what leads to this budget. And one of the things we realized we've also changed. The reason why we are not giving food is because we thought it will make economic sense to you if we explain it to you. When we buy a plate of food here, we spend 2,000 shillings per head. So we discussed as a board and said, instead of giving you food which you spend 2,000 shillings, why don't we give you, once you live here, the 2,000 shillings? Because probably that food may not be that value of 2,000 shillings. So that's today, that's what we call transport. And it will appear still under AGM expenses, because we do the head count of the people who sign and send the money via M-Pesa for verifiability. I don't know, we give cash. We'll give cash as per the list. So that is, and remember in the next budget, 2022, it will also appear as an AGM expense. So still you need to tell us, because they are open, and normally when AGM, the members have a bigger say than the board, because the members owns the AGM. If you want us to continue with the hybrid meeting, Because in the last AGM, it was going to be even cheaper for us. If in the last AGM we had not suggested we need both hybrid and physical, but the last AGM it was adopted that we must do both. Remember now we have paid for the hybrid. I don't know whether the guys online are part of it. They're still there. How many? The issue is, if you consider the amount we're paying for that hybrid meeting and people don't just log in, it's another waste of money. So I don't know whether you'll agree we do full hybrids, but the payment, the amount is constant. Whether you log in 2 people, 3 people is already paid, or we do physical. But if you ask me, hybrid meeting takes more money, especially when there is no response from online and you spend the money already. And still to save on this cost, I think we consider also Mr. Buga's proposal to convene at Musimi and Coast Backyard. So with that, I think there will be need. Because, to me, because in a budget, whatever is placed here is a proposal. It is not something already spent. So if you ask me, I'll still say we pass the budget the way we are, the way it is, on terms of AGM, in terms of AGM for the 2023. If we reach an agreement, because we are a corporate body, we are not friends as such. We want to do everything that can be accounted for. If we reach an agreement on terms and conditions that give us to use the venue, we have the agreement, and in the next AGM, we'll show you that this money was not spent. Because our budget is just a projection that we may need to spend this. So according to me, I'll say we leave the budget as it is. It is Mrs. Mukwa who has proposed. If she actualizes, then we can come back and say we didn't spend the money. But we cannot put this money at bay on a proposal which is not official. So for today, we leave it as the way it is. If we follow it up with her, and we know she's the one who started the Sacco, so we know if she delivers, then we don't need to. But remember, even as we reduce the budget, some of us think people who come here must be appreciated. So even if you go to Musimi, we still hold our 2,000 token. Because you spend money to come to the venue and you encourage even the quorum to be there. So you still spend that 2,000 quorum, and it's easy to get account, because the per head you can confirm you received. So what question have I not answered again? And remember the 231, we had 3 meetings, 2 STM and another STM, to cover for the 231, and we also gave money for the fair. Then I think there is the issue of you have dealt with, the ADM expense have dealt with, the recruitment of a new employee. This one, if you ask me from the treasurer's point of view, and then from the management report we got, which we are still working towards, we need a third person. We need a third person. This third person is not going to sit idle. I think it has come from the members a lot of complaints on responsiveness. When you pay your money, you get a response to acknowledge, and the 2 million pending. And remember, when there's that money pending, we can't put it in there. We put it under payables. Because you know, as you had asked so well, the 2 payables. In accounts, there are 2 things: payables and receivables. Receivables is money you've already worked for and you can receive it anytime. The payables is the money that you need to pay. It has not been fully acknowledged. So when you deposit money in my account and it has not been confirmed why I deserve that money, then I put it under payable, because you can claim it anytime. Legally, I don't own the strange money. If I find 50 million in my account, I'll consider it payable until you verify that 60 million earlier it was supposed to be received by you. It is your money. So money in your account which is not verified, and this is one of the reasons why we need someone in the office to do these verifications. And this person in the office, the other serious problem we have is people are not paying their loans. And apart from the legal part, we also need someone to also assist in meeting these people and discussing them. Why are you not paying your loans? What is the problem? How can we help? So we need also such a person. So this person is not going to sit idle. We're going to give him a list of so many duties to do, just apart from the verifications. And that's why we are calling for the need to employ. And if you sit as a board and decide, 2 people have decided. The auditor has proposed. The board has sat and proposed. We deal with day-to-day activities. If you could trust us, you could allow us to employ and see whether we progress better next time. But this also remains to you on whether we need to employ or not. If you say there is no need, then it's fine. We remove that provision. But at times in life, you can save 500,000 and you lose more. And all we are looking at, the business of business is business. We are not here to sit and save. All I'm concerned with, even as a saver, is how much dividends they get. Because now the Saccos have a lot of competition. There is money market, the treasury bills, treasury bonds. It's about how much they get, apart from services. And we need someone to facilitate these services. So it's about how much are we saving to ensure you get efficient services, so that next time we don't hear complaints about I paid, it was not acknowledged. So if we still leave it for you to decide whether we need to, with the budget will be adopted as it is. But if you have any concerns which you need to raise for clarification, you are free to raise. But the budget, remember, it's a proposal. And remember, in the earlier year, if you look at the projection of the between 2019 and 2021, if you can go to the projection between 2019 and 2021, look at that column and compare with the column of proposal of 2021 and 2023. You realize that initially we've been putting about 20%, 30%. Most of the proposals are remaining at 10, 10, 10, because we are aiming at minimizing our amount we spend and getting more money. So if you look at the proposal, for example, the proposal for, let's go on, the first one is on expenditure, the first two items. But if you look at the expenses of the proposals, you realize they are going down and we are planning to reduce our cost and get more money. So that's why you can realize it's even lower than what we have been proposing. And remember, when, for example, I say that the financial expenses, let's say on wages and salaries, in the budget we say 10%, okay, that's constant. Let me give an example with one which is not constant. You can identify any that I explained to you. Why we do that? Any person can identify so that we confirm they are together. Any item where you see there is a proposal for a variance, an increment, and ask why you need the increment. And remember, the variance is on 2021, 2023. The actual of 2021 to 2023, that is 10%. So with that, if there is no other question, I'll ask Mr. Karanja to proceed. But if there is another question or clarification, please ask. Thank you.
I just want to ask on what the special has said, and I want us to be clear. Issues were raised for the AGM. Last year we had 3 AGM. One was adjourned because we had no quorum. Please let us take serious this meeting on the apology. They put us into a serious cost implication. Now, I'm starting here to rally support behind the cost of recruitment of 500,000. And I want you to look at the cost of backlogs, appropriations of 4 million made for the year 2023. And we ask ourselves whether if we should be planning for a loss or we should be planning for a profit. So if you are a proactive manager, you look at the ways to mitigate that. So the person or the position we are introducing is actually a business development platform kind of arrangement. Someone who will make sure that the numbers we have can work for us and get what we want. Instead of talking for 400 members, active members, how do we get all of the 1,000 members? And what are we going to get out of that? We need to change the dynamics in our calculation so that we reduce the exposure. Because at 400, the exposure is 5. When you talk of 1,000, that exposure is managed. So those are some of the reasons we are looking at this, and we feel that we have the resources, which is you. If they are well managed by getting someone who will assist with the existing staff, then we will be able to reduce our losses and also at the same time increase in our earnings. And therefore,
what was proposing, people are afraid, let us employ this man. If he doesn't deliver by next year, we do away
Explain something also which I forgot, something very important. When we took our audit documents to be confirmed by approved by SASRA, they gave us a management letter, and this management letter is with SASRA. One of the things we proposed so that we be released they can release the audit, we already undertaken to employ. When they proposed, what happens currently, you let the auditor come and do an audit. The auditor sends a management letter. Before SASRA accepts your audit account, the SASRA wants to see a management letter attached to the audit on how you answer the audit queries. One of the things we put in the audit queries is that we will comply and we will employ a credit control. And if you don't give them how you will do it, and you say they also give you deadlines within the year. And no, the truth is SASRA means very well for the Sacco because they see the loopholes and they advise you. So, as much as I said earlier that we are requesting for you to accept, we are already committed when management had proposed, when the audit had proposed, we are already committed in the letter which is with SASRA that we will employ somebody to check on everything. If it doesn't deliver, I think you should blame the board. Because it's our duty to employ and check someone is performing. That one we can't do.
We are also under requirement that we do performance reviews, both of our secretariat and within the board. So these things, all of them actually are putting a lot of pressure on us that we have to move forward. All the other is that we have to create our earnings to broaden them. Thank you.
Yeah, we have some questions. Yeah, probably from both.
I just want to ask a question, maybe a clarification.
Just project it out.
Please share the mic. Is what we have been told that there is a requirement by SASRA to employ this person? Are you saying that you've already committed, so this is merely, it's actually a waste of time to make us debate on this issue when you've already committed to employ somebody? And are you saying, is it a mandate by SASRA or it's a decision that you made yourself? And the other thing is, I have seen a very high cost of ICT of 1.2 million. And I think something was said about this system coming in place to probably reduce a lot of workload. For example, if I have a query, if 400 of us have a query on what does my statement look like, we go to Kagoda. Kagoda is overwhelmed. But then now we have a system that is going to take care of, is supposed to take care of that. Then you're telling me this system that you're spending so much money on is not adequate. You need an employee, and then you're saying so many things that, to be honest, are not making sense. So are you telling us, you're merely suggesting to us, and you've already made a decision, but you're telling us, we have a say in this employment and these other issues that you're raising. Then you're telling us that if this person comes and they don't perform, you can dismiss them. Surely. Most of us are lawyers. It's not as easy as ABCD to dismiss somebody without consequences. So what is the point then of us contributing to this one?
Yeah, we can pick there are two more. I also request the supervisor to say something on that. Is it? Yeah, you are watching. There were two people that.
No, she has done the main questions.
Okay, somebody then after. You people, all that, it has been addressed. Okay, go ahead.
Afternoon once again. Today appears to be a very, not a positive day, just like what you have been having the previous days. My wish is that the board should reconstitute themselves properly, and you try to stick to the profession, so that if a question are going to be asked, I think we can be able to get contented for the question whether they will be asked. Because just like the Madam Bobo has, she made a comment whether maybe Sadia had become an accountant. And I don't know. We cannot wait here for another whole year. Huh? And then we have just seen the decline of the position that we are in. Last year, we agreed that we have COVID and all that. familiar and Tano are not going to. Then now we are forming another board. The board, Manjo to be reactive and try to look on the way that's good to have a better board. The pay we are paying now. I'll come with 2 new people and I'm just don't know what I'm going to tell them. Because now, even if like, and just withdraw.
Our vote is on you. And make action so that we grow.
Thank you. There is another one to ask to them so that I can respond to both.
No, mine was just to give you hope. It's not that bad. Serious.
Just to qualify, just to clarify my qualifications, I'm a different lawyer. I'm doing anyone knows about MBA at Strathmore? I'm at Strathmore in the final year. So I'm not just having a law degree. I'm having a master's in law. I'm doing my PhD in law, almost finalizing. And you know what MBA at Strathmore means. You know the financial civil at Strathmore. If I didn't have that financial knowledge, you couldn't have had me. When I was just a lawyer, I didn't know what account payables means, receivables means. I don't know about ratios and current ratios and liquidity and efficiency. So I know all these things that come with this course. And anyone will tell you, Strathmore is the best business school in Africa. So you see a product of Strathmore sitting here, it's like the other questions, that's what the person Let me go to the next question, then you can ask other questions. Yeah. Like it's very serious financial management, accounting, and other things. If you think I'm lying, just find out. The other issue is about.
All of you last. Those who have questions. No time. I'm saying this. Please post the equation. There are some few individuals who have been speaking very many times, and we are wasting a lot of time. I think the explanation you have given are very conclusive. Post the equation, we propose this, we go home. You are doing a good job. Post the equation, we go home. We are not here because of it's not fair. Please, some people are carrying theirs like 10 times since we started. That's not fair. For others. I think we are done. What's enough for today? We're tired. I want to people from where I cannot know people from us. You want to
On my side, I will not be intimidated. Nasita swali kila mtu chama anasema chukua mkono kama unataka kuuliza, mtu anaweka mkono yake chini. Mwenye anataka kuuliza acha aulize, because we took our time tukakuja kwa this meeting because we want the betterment of this Sacco. So I think it's more of an intimidation. As an accountant, prepare atajibu venye ilikuwa inastahili. It's whether you are accountant or you are not. So but for example, I did a commercial role, like I call myself a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. The fact that I did a commercial role as a unit in accounting. So it's an intimidation of so unasema you wanted me. You came here kwa hiari yako. Hakuna mtu alikuwezesha kuja so it's good that how this platform comes once a year. You ask those questions. You know
We are a legally recognized institution. Number one. Number two, when you hear that we reconstitute, we don't reconstitute the absence of the ministry. The first person to be there is the president of the ministry. And they have to ascertain to the criteria, the qualification of the person taking respective portfolio. That was that happened, and for the purpose of clarity, I'm asking the secretary to share the minutes of that meeting. Are we together? As to whether if our supervisor was there, we saw the clarity of that, or that you whether you are a full-time or you are not a full-time accountant, you can speak in that office of not. And all other qualification for board members was satisfied. So on that straight, I think the members wanted to, if you had nothing to tell them, I think now you can tell them. Huh? Are we clear on that? Yes, yes. Then we go to the other issue. If there is a leakage on the audit report that was given here on the strength of the portfolio holder, then also it can be raised. It's a very critical issue that I'm not part of the bit. Are we clear? Yes. I think the question that we are dealing with is justification of an extra employee to the office. Was it not the question? Yes. That was the question which you had raised, and you wanted to ask to justify why. And if there is anyone who has any other bureau that will debate that kind of arrangement, you will tell us, instead of going to other issues that don't understand what we are discussing. I'm sorry, we are almost getting to 4. We've never gone.
Yeah, I like it. When you
become active.
So,
that way, I want. Do you want us to hire?
No.
We will go to a vote. Because I've offered justification. Yeah.
So,
as we go
to the voting, I want to bring you to the fact that it is a requirement of something. Okay? Listen.
I want to finish. Being a member of that we introduced an internal auditor. Okay? We look at it. What that's value to us? Is it an internal auditor or someone who will grow a business? And we are saying that instead of having a full-time internal auditor, who will also get us doing some other course and probably now losing the focus why he's there, we put him on part-time arrangement. Are you getting me? Once we do that, then the money that we have paid this guy, we get someone who will assist us on business development portfolio. It adds a lot of value. It generates value, a money that will enable us to pay this added whatever. That's where we are. But we even decide that we just want one person to work. When you look at the arrangement of deployment of human resource, you look at what you want to get with the cost implication.
And if the cost implication
supersedes the objective of hiring, then you go with it. But in our case, we've done a thorough analysis and looked at what are we getting. And that's why I pointed at the cost of 4 million that we'll be talking of in the project today. Instead of projecting for a profit, you are projecting for a loss. Does it make sense really? It doesn't. So we have to talk about someone who is going to add value to us, how to reduce our exposure to bad loans, and how we grow our business. That is the direction the board has resolved to take. And we are kindly asking you to take a position with us on that. We will do the vetting because we don't want to make a mistake on that hiring. We are also conversant of the law that pertains to HR management. So we will take every measure to make sure that the Sacco is not exposed legally and even financially. Are we together? Yes. So, with a lot of humility, I'm asking you to take that cost. I think that was the cost that was contentious here as part of our budget, as we strive to make sure that there is delivery. A lot of things have been given to us. One of them, as I have shared with you, is that we have to put our secretariat under peer review, performance assessment. The board is also being asked to do their peer review assessment on their audit. So all these things are aimed at delivering what we call quality and efficiency. At the end of the day, it is the interest of the Sacco which is growing. I also wanted to go to when we sought the resolution to employ an auditor. The quote you gave us had been quoted at 20,000, but we negotiated and they gave us after bargain 100,000 a flat figure. Last year, I think this year they will do some modifications, but it's also just trying to show how keen we are to make sure that even if it is a shilling, let us send it. So when we talk of hiring, it's not a blind kind of arrangement that we are posting to you, but we are also justified to question what we are suggesting to you. So I will not blame anyone up to this extra. Can we go on this? Yes.
James, let us be truthful. We started this term as 2003. We are the founders of the group. If you have decided and you have agreed and the management is going to make the check, why are we going back? Say, let us finish this thing. It's going to give us the 4 million. Well and good. Yeah, then we are through with it. We have been here this for many years with you.
Those who are supporting that we take the cost of recruitment so as to under the SASRA requirement and also to under the question of time, which is broadening our business base. That's all. Thank you.
So we are done with that one.
Can we do this? We have the supervisory committee. Why don't you give them the law of seeing whether it will be good or not good? And then, because they are supposed to audit the body, isn't it? So that we don't make a decision and then we come regret it. You know, we can say we don't want to do it. But of course, we are proposing it to you as the board.
Thank you. I'm
not very Now, we have only one item, and that is to appoint the auditor. We adopted the budget. So, do we adopt the budget at this stage?
Yes.
Of course, it's correction. So, we are done. Now, we want to appoint the auditor. And give us the special
I want us to take a short attention to that. You know very well that I've been a proponent of making sure that the issue of familiarity does not come into question when we're talking about our project services. Right? Considering that we only appointed this guy the other day, and also looking at the provision of our internal controls, they allow us that we can appoint an auditor at least for 3 years. But not after, not more than 3 times. So I'm requesting that we this currently another 1 year to serve us. Are we together on that? Yes. Thank you. So we request for a proposal and a second and then we proposal. Your name, please. David? David Onyango. Come. Third.
Vinadero.
Vinadero. Thank you very much. Ordinarily, for a structured meeting, we never allow, it should never give room for any other business. But then, me, I'm proposing that we close our meeting now.
Yes.
And I want to thank for the time that you've given. This Sacco belongs to you. There is nothing absolutely we can do as a board without you coming here and putting us to task like you've done today. So every contribution that was made here, thank you, to tell you, thank you, it's valid. To go forward, sawa. So mama hatujazo? No. Looking at the balance of my board. Still ready for the task and very committed. You just give it support and tutapata result. As we have said, the arrangement for payment of money, kama unataka M-Pesa, please give us your particulars before you leave. And those who are here, we had thought of a system of M-Pesa, but if that one did work, you will be given transport. Yes, it's that cash. And if it can enable someone to make a stopover in Kamkunji, to have some matumbo, tutashukuru Mungu. Yes. Ningependa mtu mmoja tuombe. Hakuna. Tufungue. Oh, give up prayer. Thank you.
Tuamini na tuombe. Our Father, what will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and forever. Thank you.
Abudiwa Bwana, tukuka Bwana, heshimika Bwana, tukuka milele. Wewe ni Mungu, hakuna kama wewe Bwana. Unayotenda, kuna mwingine awezaye tena. Unarudishia watu miaka yao waliopoteza. Unarudishia watu miaka yao iliyoliwa na nzige. Ulimrudishia watoto wake wote Bwana ulirudisha tena maradufu, Bwana ulirudisha. Nami najua nitarudishiwa, miaka yangu nitarudishiwa, iliyoliwa na nzige nitarudishwa. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige narudisha, narudisha. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige narudisha kwa jina la Yesu. Miaka yangu iliyoliwa na nzige narudisha, narudisha.